Good evening and welcome back. Tonight, we're stepping into a story from the Navajo tradition, a tale of danger and courage, and of a world that needed to be made safe. This is the story of the hero twins, born into a land troubled by monsters, where every journey could end in darkness. Who were these twins, and why were they destined to face what even grown warriors feared? What kind of world were they born into, and what did it take to change it? We'll follow them as they grow from vulnerable children into determined travelers, guided by sacred knowledge and hard lessons. We'll meet the beings who test them, the powers they must learn to respect, and the monsters that once hunted the people. It is a story about survival, responsibility, and the long road toward balance. As always, I'd love to know, where in the world are you listening from, and what time is it for you? Whether you're winding down for the night or simply looking for a quiet story to carry you into sleep, I'm glad you're here. Now, let's begin. The morning stretched across the land like spilled milk. Dry grass bowed under the touch of the first light, and the juniper trees held still. Changing Woman sat at the crest of a low hill, her legs folded beneath her, her hands resting on her knees. Her eyes scanned the horizon. She waited every morning just like this, watching the east, where the sun made its promise. The earth smelled warm and baked. It always did when prayers hung in the air. She had grown without a husband, not because she was lacking in beauty or strength or cleverness, but because her path bent in another direction. Her parents said little about it. They had seen stranger things born of stranger unions, but she, Changing Woman, had felt something missing, and she believed, with an absolute confidence that required no explanation, that the sun heard her thoughts. It began the day she found an obsidian pebble in the hoofprint of a deer. She picked it up and carried it in her hand all the way home. That night, she wrapped it in corn husk and tucked it near her sleeping mat. In the morning, it was warm. By the second day, hot. By the third day, it had melted through the husk and left a small black circle on the floor. She did not speak of it. Instead, she climbed the same hill each morning before the others woke. She sat facing east. She closed her eyes. She did not whisper, chant, or cry. She simply sat in silence. When noon came, she returned to the brush shelter where she lived with her parents. One afternoon, as the sun balanced high overhead, she saw a figure in the distance. He was not walking. He was riding, and the creature beneath him shimmered between horse and shadow. The man rode straight and slow, without turning his head, as if he knew precisely where she sat. When he reached the foot of the hill, the horse vanished into dust. The man climbed the slope. He was wrapped in white cloth that glinted faintly, like polished shell. His face looked like sunlight through smoke. He stopped an arm's length from her and said only one thing. "Build a brush shelter," he said. "Lay yellow pollen on the floor and white cornmeal near the opening. Sit there through the night. I will come to you." Then he walked back down the hill. He did not ride away. He simply vanished, and the grass where he had stood was pressed flat and steaming. Changing Woman returned home and said nothing. That evening, she walked beyond the family camp and built a shelter of cedar branches and dry grass. She lined it with soft cloth and sprinkled yellow pollen in a spiral pattern on the ground. She placed white cornmeal at the entrance and sat down inside. The wind sighed but never entered. The air grew cooler. Owls called. Coyotes yipped. Then the night passed and nothing came. The second night she sat again. This time she heard breathing. It was not her own. It came from the corner of the shelter. She reached out and found only cedar sticks and shadow. In the morning, the cornmeal was disturbed. The pollen pattern was smudged. Her heart pounded, but she stayed. The third night, the breathing grew louder. She felt warm air near her cheek, like someone leaning close but just out of sight. She whispered a question, but no voice answered. In the morning, she found a single strand of sun-golden hair curled around the pollen spiral. She placed it inside a deerskin pouch and said nothing to her parents. The fourth night, the man came. She felt the heat of his skin before she saw him. When she opened her eyes, he stood at the doorway, too bright to look at. He crouched beside her and said nothing. He did not touch her. He placed his hand on the ground and pressed his palm flat into the pollen. Then he turned and walked away. In the morning, the handprint still glowed faintly. When she stood up, her stomach turned and her legs felt soft. She understood. The man had given her something. She did not know his name. She went home, and her father saw her strange expression. "What happened?" he asked. She touched her belly and said, "A man came to me, and we will meet again." Her father said nothing. Her mother nodded, and they began to build another shelter. This one was made with more care. They brought sacred plants. They lined the floor with woven mats. Her father placed the pollen spiral himself and sat with her through the night. In the morning, the pollen was disturbed. On the second night, the cornmeal was wet. On the third night, a streak of blood appeared across the doorway. On the fourth night, the wind howled so loudly they could barely hear each other breathe. Then, on the fifth morning, the sky broke open. Changing woman bent double in the shelter. Her hands dug into the earth. Her cries pierced the morning like arrows. Her father panicked and her mother stood still as a tree. But before they could act, two strangers arrived. One wore white and blue. The other wore red and black. They moved like smoke but spoke clearly. One said, "I am talking God." The other said, "I am water sprinkler." They did not wait for permission. Talking God knelt and tied a rope of sunbeams. Water sprinkler pulled a cord made from rainbow. They handed the ropes to Changing Woman and said, "When the pain grips you, pull with both hands." She did. The pain came like lightning and left her blind. Her fingers curled around the ropes. Her teeth bit through her own lip. Then there was a sound like tearing cloth, and a child emerged. Talking God caught the baby, washed him in warm water, and cut the cord with a white shell knife. The child screamed once, and then blinked. Water Sprinkler said, "Another comes." Changing Woman groaned and pulled again. Her arms trembled. The second baby slid free, and Water Sprinkler caught him. He bathed him in a shallow bowl and cut the cord with a knife made of turquoise. This child did not cry. He stared upward. Talking God raised the first boy and said, "He will be called Monster Slayer." Water Sprinkler lifted the second and said, "He will be called Born for Water." The two babies lay beside each other on a blanket of rabbit fur. Their skin glowed faintly. Their fingers clenched and unclenched. Changing Woman leaned back against the wall of the shelter, her face streaked with blood and tears. The holy people nodded and stepped away. They left no footprints in the dust. The sun rose higher. The babies slept. Changing Woman's father brought warm broth in a clay bowl and said nothing. Her mother combed her hair and hummed a prayer without words. Outside, the world continued its steady spinning. The babies grew in the way that such children do. They did not cry often. They laughed at odd hours and studied the world with eyes too focused for their age. By the time they could walk, they ran. By the time they could speak, they spoke in complete thoughts. People in the village whispered. Some said they were spirits reborn. Others said they were cursed. A few avoided them, but most watched with fascination as they raced across the fields, barefoot, hair tangled, legs scratched by cactus and brush, grinning at each other as if they understood something no one else did. One morning, before the sun reached its peak, two men appeared on the ridge. They were strangers, but they did not ask for directions. They walked straight to the place where the twins played and said, "We are looking for two boys who run like deer and climb like hawks." The twins stood up. The first man introduced himself. "I am Talking God," he said, though he wore no markings now. "This is Water Sprinkler." Water Sprinkler waved. "We have come to race you," said Talking God. "We want to see what your legs can do." The twins said nothing. They nodded. They lined up at the base of the ridge. Talking God raised a staff of willow and struck the ground. "To the top of the mesa and back," he said. They ran. The wind slapped their faces. Stones flew behind them. The older men took the lead at first. Their legs were longer, their lungs were trained, but the boys did not tire. When they reached the top of the mesa, the men looked back and saw the twins only a few steps behind. On the way down, the children passed them. Talking God shouted, laughing. Water Sprinkler howled. At the finish, the twins landed first, panting but grinning. "You will need faster legs than that," said Talking God, and he whipped them gently with a switch of dried bark. "Again," said Born for Water, and so they ran 4 times. Each time the men gave them harder trails, steeper climbs, longer paths. Each time the boys ran faster. On the 4th race, they did not stop to breathe at the top. They shot down the hill like arrows and hit the bottom without stumbling. Talking God looked at Water Sprinkler. "They are ready," he said. "Tell their mother." At the evening fire, the boys turned to Changing Woman. Monster Slayer asked her directly, "Who is our father?" Changing Woman stirred the corn mush and looked into the flames. She did not speak at first. Then she said, "Your father is a round cactus." The boys exchanged glances. They did not understand. They waited. Changing Woman said nothing more. That night she sat by herself and stared at the stars. She held her hand over her belly and whispered a name that no one else knew. The next day, trouble stirred. The birds were loud. The dogs refused to eat. The wind blew from the wrong direction. In the west, a column of dust rose like a warning. At noon, a raven appeared and perched on a post. It cawed once and flew away. Monster Slayer aimed an arrow and loosed it. The bird vanished. Changing Woman appeared beside him and said, "That bird spies for the bird monster. Do not follow it." The next day, a vulture circled overhead. Born for Water flung a stone at it. The bird shrieked and vanished. "That one belongs to the cliff monster," Changing Woman said. "Do not chase him." On the 3rd day, a magpie landed on the roof of the shelter. It sang 3 strange notes. The boys stepped outside with bows raised. The magpie tilted its head and flew east. "That one reports to the one who kills with his eyes," said Changing Woman. "Now they know you are here. They will come." The wind rose. The sky darkened. Changing Woman built 4 hoops from old bone. She threw them to the 4 corners. They sank into the earth and glowed. A wall of wind rose around the shelter. She said, "They will not pass before morning." The boys looked at each other. "We leave before dawn," said Monster Slayer. "Yes," said Born for Water. "We go east." And as the stars blinked above them, the twins prepared to leave everything they knew behind. The night before they left, the house felt too small. The twins lay side by side on their mats and stared at the ceiling. Smoke stains traced faint lines across the wooden beams. Somewhere outside, a dog scratched at its own fleas. Someone coughed. A pot shifted on the coals with a dull scrape. Their village followed its simple rhythm, and no one slept deeply. Monster Slayer turned his head toward his brother. In the half-dark, he saw the outline of Born for Water's profile, eyes open and unblinking. "You are awake," Monster Slayer said. "Yes," Born for Water answered. "You are awake too." They did not whisper. Their voices stayed low and flat, like stones laid on the earth. "Mother knows they are coming," Monster Slayer said. "She saw the monsters on the hill," Born for Water replied. "She set the wind wall. It will hold until morning." Monster Slayer clenched his hand into a fist and then relaxed it. "They come for us." Born for Water nodded once. "We leave before the sun rises. If we stay, the monsters will tear this place apart to reach us. They will eat every person who shelters us. They will crush the Hogans and drink the blood from the ground." There was no tremor in his voice when he said it. He spoke like someone listing the steps of a known chore. Monster Slayer breathed once, slow and deep, and stared up again. In the next room, Changing Woman sat upright. Her back was straight and her hands rested in her lap. Her parents slept nearby, turned toward the wall. They had lived long lives. Their breath moved in and out in even strokes. Changing Woman studied them. She knew how their faces would change if they woke to the sound of breaking wood and dragging claws. She rose without a word, gathered her blanket, and went to sit by the doorway. Outside, the wind barrier roared. It did not whisper or murmur. It slammed against the invisible hoops she had thrown to the 4 corners. Dust and grit spun in thick spirals. The sky had no stars. Clouds pressed down and hid them. Changing Woman could not see the hills. She could only feel their presence in the shape of the land under her feet. She knelt and placed her palm on the ground. The soil felt hard and dry. Small pebbles pressed into her skin. She sat like that for a long time, as if she were listening through her hand. No one spoke. The night moved in heavy steps toward morning. The twins rose before the first pale line of light touched the horizon. They did not roll up their mats. They did not gather possessions or food bundles. They knew speed mattered more than comfort. They stepped carefully around their sleeping grandparents and came to the doorway. Changing Woman looked at them without surprise. She had expected this exactly. "You have decided," she said. Monster Slayer nodded. "We go east." Born for Water added, "We will find the one who made us. If he wishes to admit it, he will answer, or we will make our own answers." Changing Woman studied their faces. She saw the same curve in their noses that she had seen once in the shape of a shadow near her door. She saw the same hard light in their eyes that sometimes shone from the disk above the world. She did not argue. "You will go on the path where the dawn rises," she said. "Keep the sun at your left in the morning, and your right when it returns to the west. Eat what the land offers if it does not bite you first. Trust the signs. Trust the ones who helped you be born. They have plans, even if they enjoy hiding them." She reached out and gripped each boy by the shoulder. Her hands were firm. "When you walk, walk together. When you run, run for each other." Monster Slayer and Born for Water bowed their heads in agreement. They did not embrace her. They took her words as their goodbye. Then they stepped through the doorway and into the storm. The wind struck them like a wall of fists. Dust stung their eyes. Their hair whipped across their faces. The barrier that had held the monsters outside now pressed against them as well. With each step they felt resistance. The air seemed thick and full of angry hands. They leaned into it. Monster Slayer shouted something, but the wind swallowed it. Born for Water grabbed his brother's arm so they would not lose each other in the spinning grit. They took 3 steps forward and moved only half a body length. They took 10 more steps. Slowly, stubbornly, they broke through. On the far side of the barrier, the wind dropped at once. Behind them, the storm continued to whirl around the village, a ring of dust that turned on itself. Ahead of them, the land lay quiet. The grass bent gently. The horizon opened. They did not look back. They walked east. Their bare feet pressed the sandy soil. After some distance, they left the farms and fields behind. The land lifted into rolling hills and shallow ravines. Sage and rabbit brush dotted the ground. Here and there stood a twisted juniper, its trunk split and scarred by old storms. The first thin band of light appeared in the east. The twins walked toward it without hesitation. By the time the sun heaved itself up, they had already covered a long stretch. The air warmed. Their breaths settled into an easy rhythm. Their bodies knew how to move. Each stride seemed to have lived in their muscles since birth. Around midday, Monster Slayer said, "Do you think he will deny us?" "Who?" said Born for Water, though he knew. "The one mother named as Cactus," Monster Slayer answered. "The one who is more than cactus. The one who sent the bright rider. The one who pressed his hand into pollen. The one whose face burns your eyes if you stare too long." Born for Water walked in silence for a few steps. Then he said, "If he tries to deny us, we will show him our faces and see if he recognizes his own work." Monster Slayer laughed. The sound bounced off a rock outcrop and startled a lizard, which darted into a crack. They stopped at a small spring to drink. The water bubbled up through a bed of stones and ran in a thin trickle down a shallow channel. The boys knelt, cupped their hands, and drank until their bellies felt full. The water tasted cold and clean, with a hint of iron. Monster Slayer splashed some on his face. Born for Water washed his feet and the backs of his hands. "Do you think she will live through the night?" Monster Slayer asked quietly. With all of them gathering around her, Born for Water scooped another handful of water and let it pour back into the stream. "She called the wind herself," he said. "The monsters will rage all night and tear at the air. They may rip away trees and smash rocks, but they will go nowhere. The wind will hold them. When the sun rises and sees us away from the village, he will watch over what is his." There was no comfort in his tone. He described the shape of events as he saw them. Monster Slayer nodded once. They rose from the spring and moved on. As they walked, memories of the races with Talking God and Water Sprinklers circled through their minds. They remembered the first race, when their chests had burned and their sides had cramped. They had gritted their teeth and kept going. They remembered how Talking God had laughed and still whipped them with the willow switch when they reached the end. "You run like foals," he had said. "Fast for a while, then clumsy. Learn to run like wolves. They begin slow and finish strong." The second race had been longer. The men had taken them along a narrow deer path that wound around the northern slope. Loose stones rolled under their feet. The twins fell once, picked themselves up, and kept going. By the last stretch, their mouths tasted of blood and dust, but their strides lengthened. That day, the men had frowned less when they whipped them. By the fourth race, the boys had flown down the hill. Their legs moved like parts of a well-made bow, their lungs filled and emptied with no complaint. They had reached the finish, breathing hard but still ready to sprint again if told. Talking God had thrown away the willow switch that day. "You will need this strength for the things that come," he had said. On the eastern trail now, that strength carried them. By late afternoon, they reached a low rise. From the top, they could see far in every direction. The village behind them lay hidden behind distance and bends in the land. Ahead, a faint smudge marked the line of distant mountains. They knew that somewhere among those peaks lived beings even older and more troublesome than Talking God and Water Sprinkler. Monster Slayer planted the heel of his foot into the soil and twisted it. "If the monsters come across our tracks," he said, "they will sniff their way east and follow us." Born for Water shook his head. "They are staring at the wind wall and grinding their teeth. They do not think we left. They will spit and roar and complain. They will pound on the barrier until their hands bleed. They will spend their fury on empty air. By morning they will be tired and confused." Monster Slayer grunted. "Good. Let them waste their strength on air." They sat for a short while and ate dried corn from a small pouch that Changing Woman had pressed into their hands without a word. Each kernel cracked between their teeth. It tasted of fire and smoke and long evenings in front of the hearth. As the twins chewed, another scene played out far behind them. At the edge of the wind wall, a creature shaped like a man with legs too long and arms too thick slammed his fists into the barrier. He was covered in scales and patches of hair. His jaw jutted forward and his teeth stuck out like broken tools. Each time he struck the whirling wall of air, dust flew up and stones rattled. His blows landed on nothing visible, yet each strike met a hard surface. "Move aside," he shouted to no one. "Open, or I will crush you." The wind roared in his face and pushed his words back into his mouth. He choked on dust and spat a spray of mud. Behind him stood others. A creature with a horned head, a hunched thing with glowing pits for eyes, a tall woman with claws instead of fingers and a long tongue that hung from her mouth. They pressed closer to the ring of dust and squinted at the village beyond. In the center of the village, Changing Woman sat by her doorway, straight-backed and still. The wind did not touch her. The air around her remained clear. Her hair lay flat on her shoulders. She did not look at the shapes that moved beyond the barrier. She kept her eyes on the fire in front of her. Her parents had woken when the first blows landed on the invisible wall. They had risen in alarm, but she had told them to sit. She had said only, "They cannot reach us before dawn. Stay away from the sound." The old man and old woman sat with their backs against the interior wall of the house. The noise outside made the wooden poles tremble. Dust fell from the ceiling. A clay pot cracked along one side. The old woman reached out and steadied it. Her fingers shook. "What do they want?" the old man asked. "The boys," Changing Woman said. "And if they do not find them," the old man asked again, "they will look for someone to tear apart instead," Changing Woman answered. Her mother swallowed and glanced at the doorway. "Are they gone?" she said, though she already guessed. "They left before the light," Changing Woman replied. They walked toward the east. They did not look back. The old woman covered her face with both hands. Her shoulders moved once. She lowered her hands again and set her jaw. "They have your stubbornness," she muttered. All night, the monsters clawed at the air. Their nails left no mark. Their curses circled back and filled their own ears. They tried fire. The flames blew sideways and died. They tried stones. The rocks bounced away and rolled back toward their own feet. They tried teeth. Their jaws closed on nothing. Each failure made them angrier. Inside the barrier, the people stayed awake. Children pressed their faces into their mothers' shoulders. Men sat with spears in their hands that never left their laps. Dogs whined under the beds. Goats huddled together and stamped nervously. Every living creature in the village understood that something enormous and hungry waited just beyond reach. Sometime after midnight, the monsters grew tired. The long-legged man sank to his knees. The horned thing leaned on its own curved weapon. The woman with the claws licked blood from her split fingertips and scowled. They had expected an easy feast. Instead, they met resistance from empty air. Their pride suffered more than their bodies. Finally, as the sky in the east began to pale, they stepped back. Their anger did not vanish. It changed direction. They began to argue with each other. Long-legged accused Grinning Eyes of lying about the boys hiding here. Horned Monster blamed Bird Monster for giving bad information. Bird Monster spread his wings and hissed. Their voices rose in snarls and shrieks. They did not notice the precise moment when the wind wall began to fade. The hoops that Changing Woman had thrown to the corners sank deeper into the earth and lost their light. The air settled. The dust dropped. By the time the barrier vanished entirely, the monsters were already walking away, still arguing, still hungry, already planning their next move. Back on the trail, the twins felt the change without seeing it. A brief shiver ran through the ground. A bird that had flown in a crooked pattern suddenly flew straight. Monster Slayer glanced up. "The barrier is gone," he said. Born for Water felt the hair on his arms rise. "Then they know we are not there," he said. "They will follow our scent. They will taste our footprints. We must move faster." They rose and began to run. Their run stretched into a long, steady effort. Their arms pumped. Their feet landed and lifted again with a rhythmic slap. Their breath fell into a pattern they knew from their races. There was no hurry in the sense of wild panic. There was urgency, but also a strange calm. They had trained for this without knowing they had trained. The land changed under their feet. The soft sand gave way to patches of rock. The rocks grew larger and more broken. Each step required attention. They leaped over narrow cracks. They slid down loose gravel. They climbed small ridges and dropped into shallow washes. The sun climbed higher and pressed heat onto their heads. Sweat ran down their faces and dried into pale streaks. At one point, they reached a flat stretch covered in gravel and scattered stones. A rabbit shot out from behind a rock and darted across their path. Monster Slayer snatched an arrow from his quiver and shot without stopping. The arrow struck the ground where the rabbit's tail had been a moment before. The animal veered sharply and vanished into a crevice. "You missed," Born for Water said. and there was a brief spark of humor in his voice. "The rabbit owes me thanks," Monster Slayer replied. "It will live to complain about me another day." They both laughed. The sound loosened something in their chests and made the run feel shorter. By late afternoon, their shadows stretched out behind them like thin black spears. Their legs ached in a pleasant way. At the edge of a small ravine, they stopped and looked across. On the far side, high on the ridge, a figure sat on a stone outcrop. At first they thought it was a person. Then they saw the glint of feathers and the narrow shine of eyes that were too bright. The figure tilted its head. A raven, or perhaps something that used a raven's body as a convenient shape. Monster Slayer raised his bow. Born for Water placed a hand on his arm. "Mother told us," he said. "The raven served the one who eats people from the sky. We have already sent one arrow at that shape. It left without dying. If we hit this one, we may only encourage the message." Monster Slayer lowered the bow. "Then we let it watch," he said. "Let it see we are not afraid." They stared at the bird. The bird stared back. After a time, it let out a harsh call and lifted into the air. Its wings beat strongly. It flew toward the distant mountains. "Good," Born for Water said. "Carry the news as far as you like. By the time your master hears, we will be gone from this place and closer to the one we want." The sun edged downward. The sky softened from blue to the color of old bruises. The twins found a sheltered hollow between two boulders and settled there for the night. They gathered dry brush and lit a small fire. Flames licked around the sticks and sent a narrow thread of smoke upward. They had no blankets. They sat close to the blaze and shared what little food remained. Their stomachs still grumbled, but they ignored it. Hunger felt trivial compared with the large intention that pushed them east. Monster Slayer poked the fire with a stick. "When we meet him," he said, "what will be the first thing you say?" Born for Water considered. "I will say, we walked here on our own legs. We crossed the land that you shine on. We grew in the body of changing woman. We came to ask why you left her to explain our birth with a cactus." Monster Slayer grinned. "That should open the conversation." "And you?" Born for Water asked. "What will you say?" Monster Slayer stared into the flames. "I will say, we hear of monsters. We see what they do. We want tools to cut their heads from their shoulders. If you prefer those monsters, you can keep them. If you prefer us, help us." Born for Water nodded once. "Simple," he said. "He will answer, or he will dodge. Either way, we will learn something." The stars came out one by one, clear and sharp above them. The twins rolled onto their sides and rested their heads on their arms. The stones under them were hard. The fire crackled and cooled. Sleep came in short stretches. Each sound of a distant cry woke them for a moment. Each time, they listened, heard nothing near, and let their eyes close again. Far away, the monsters gathered for a council. Nearer but still unseen, other eyes watched the boys as they slept. Nothing approached them that night. Their path east remained open. Morning would bring them closer to the first of the true guardians of the road to their father. The twins woke before dawn because their bodies had learned the habit of leaving early. Monster Slayer sat up first and rubbed grit from his eyes. Born for Water sat up a moment later and stared east, as if he could see through the dark. The fire had collapsed into a low bed of ash. Monster Slayer pushed a few sticks together and blew softly until a small flame appeared. He warmed his hands for a breath, then stood and stamped his feet against the cold rock. They ate the last of the corn they carried. The kernels scraped across their tongues and stuck between their teeth. When they finished, Monster Slayer tipped the pouch upside down and shook it. A single grain fell into his palm. He flicked it into his mouth and chewed it slowly, as if he were making a point. "We hunt today," he said. Born for Water nodded. "We hunt when we see something worth shooting." They started east again. The land rose in broken steps. Low mesas cut the horizon. The ground became rockier, and the plants grew tougher. They passed clumps of cactus with spines like needles and small flowers that looked too delicate for the harsh soil. They crossed a dry wash where old flood lines marked the stone. Their feet landed carefully, then faster, then carefully again. The day moved from cold to warm. The sun climbed higher. Their shadows shortened. Near midday, they saw a movement in the sky. A black shape turned in wide circles. Monster Slayer stopped and shaded his eyes with his hand. Born for Water watched without moving. "It follows us," Monster Slayer said. "It watches," Born for Water replied. "A watcher leaves and returns. A hunter closes distance." Monster Slayer spat a bit of dry corn husk from his teeth. "If it is a messenger, it will talk with its wings. If it is hungry, it will talk with its beak." They kept walking. The bird stayed far above them, circling, gliding, circling again. It did not dive. It did not cry out. It simply remained there, a small dark mark against the blue. By afternoon, the land changed again. The rock under their feet grew smoother and darker. The ground sloped upward toward a mountain. Its sides were cut by ravines and scattered with boulders. On the lower slopes, pine trees appeared, their trunks straight and their needles tight. Higher up, the trees thickened. The air smelled of sap and damp stone. Monster Slayer pointed. "That mountain looks older than the rest." Born for Water looked along the ridgeline. "That mountain looks like a place where people hide things." They climbed. Their breathing deepened. Sweat ran down their backs and soaked the waist of their clothes. They stopped once to drink from a shallow pool caught in a stone basin. The water tasted like minerals and leaves. Monster Slayer drank first. Born for Water drank second. Then they wiped their mouths with the backs of their hands and kept climbing. Halfway up, they found a crack in the rock face, a narrow opening like a mouth. Smoke drifted from it in a thin thread. Monster Slayer crouched and touched the stone near the opening. It felt warm. Born for Water leaned close and sniffed. "Someone cooks inside," he said. "Someone lives," Monster Slayer said. They crouched at the opening and listened. They heard a faint crackle. They heard a sound like a stick dragged across hard ground. Then they heard a voice, old and dry, speaking as if it had been waiting for them to arrive. "You can come in," the voice said. "You can stand there all day, and your legs will grow tired. I will still be inside." Monster Slayer glanced at his brother. Born for Water nodded once. They stepped into the crack and squeezed through. The passage widened quickly. The stone opened into a chamber, large enough for a small house. A fire burned in the center, contained by a ring of stones. The smoke rose and escaped through a hole in the ceiling. Along the walls lay bundles of herbs, dried corn, woven mats, and clay bowls stacked neatly. An old woman sat beside the fire. Her hair hung in long grey strands. Her face was creased and lined. Her eyes were sharp. She watched the twins with calm attention, as if she had been counting their footsteps from far away. Monster Slayer stood straight. "Who are you?" he asked. The old woman smiled, and her teeth were small and even. "People call me Spider Woman," she said. They call me that because I spin things. I spin string. I spin plans. I spin a way out when someone walks into a trap. Born for Water looked at the bundles on the wall, then at her hands. Her fingers were thin and strong. He saw bits of thread wrapped around one wrist. We did not come to steal, Born for Water said. Spider-Woman waved a hand as if brushing away a fly. Your faces say you carry questions. Your feet say you carry urgency. Sit down. The twins sat on the ground near the fire. The warmth reached their legs first. Monster Slayer felt his muscles loosen. Born for Water folded his hands in his lap and watched the old woman's face, waiting. Spider-Woman reached into a clay pot and pulled out 2 corn cakes. She placed one in each boy's hands. The cakes were warm and rough. They smelled of roasted corn and smoke. Eat, she said. A hungry mouth speaks too quickly. Monster Slayer took a bite. The cake was dry, but it filled his mouth and gave him something to do with his teeth. Born for Water ate more slowly, taking small bites and chewing carefully. Spider-Woman watched them eat, then leaned forward slightly. You left your home, she said. You ran east. You ran with purpose. You ran because something with teeth found your scent. Monster Slayer swallowed. Monsters gathered around our village, he said. They came for us. Spider-Woman nodded. They came for you because your birth carries heat. It carries attention. Some creatures like attention because it leads them to prey. Born for Water lifted his chin. We will kill them, he said. We will kill every monster that hunts people. Spider-Woman laughed once, short and surprised. Then she looked at them as if measuring. You speak with confidence, she said. Confidence helps when you pull a bowstring. Confidence also helps a young man walk into danger without shaking. It will help you. It will also attract more trouble. Monster Slayer leaned forward. Mother told us our father was a round cactus, he said. We asked for his name. She gave us that answer and stopped talking. We know she hides the truth to keep it safe. We came east to find the truth. Spider-Woman stared into the fire for a moment, then reached for a stick and pushed a burning piece of wood to one side. Sparks rose. She watched the sparks drift upward and disappear. Your mother is changing woman, she said. She carries many lives in one body. She carries seasons in her hands. She gave you birth because something bright chose her. Your father is the Sunday. The words landed plainly. Monster Slayer blinked once. Born for Water's eyes narrowed, as if he were focusing. The sun, Monster Slayer repeated. Spider-Woman nodded. Yohonai. He rides across the sky every day. He burns skin. He warms stones. He ripens corn. He sees everything that stands in the open. Born for Water kept his voice steady. We will go to him, he said. You will try, Spider-Woman replied. Many try. Few arrive. Those who arrive come with help. Monster Slayer took another bite of corn cake and chewed. Tell us the path. Spider-Woman leaned back against the wall and folded her hands. You will cross 4 places, she said. Each one kills people in a different way. The first crushes, the second cuts, the third pierces, the fourth burns. Born for Water's gaze stayed fixed on her. Describe them, he said. Spider-Woman lifted one finger. The first is a narrow pass between 2 cliffs. The cliffs slide together and grind anything that stands between them. They open. They close. They do not care who you are. She lifted a second finger. The second is a field of reeds. The reeds swing like clubs. They slice skin and break bones. They move fast, and they do not stop. A third finger rose. The third is a stretch of cane cactus. The spines pierce feet, legs, hands, face. A man who falls there bleeds until he sleeps and does not wake. She lifted a fourth finger. The last is a wide bed of sand that boils with heat. It burns souls. It burns lungs. It burns eyes. People sink and their bodies harden where they fall. Monster Slayer stared at the fire. "So we die," he said simply. Spider-Woman shook her head. "You walk through," she said. "You walk through because I help you." Born for Water nodded once, as if he had expected that part. "What do you give us?" he asked. Spider-Woman stood. Her knees cracked softly when she rose. She walked to the far wall and lifted a bundle from a peg. When she returned, she carried a tight roll of feathers and thread. She sat again and began to unwrap it. Her fingers moved quickly, deftly. Inside the bundle lay thick feathers, long and dark. Some were brown, some were white. Some carried a sheen like oil. She selected several and held them up to the light from the fire. "These come from great birds," she said. "Birds that ride high winds. Birds that land on cliffs and look down on everything. Their feathers know how to move through danger because they move through storms." She began to weave. She threaded the feathers into a hoop, binding them with a cord that looked like sinew. Her hands pulled the cord tight. She tied knots with a practiced motion. The hoop took shape quickly. It was large enough to hold with 2 hands. It smelled faintly of smoke and dry grass. When she finished, she held it out toward Monster Slayer. "Take it," she said. Monster Slayer took the hoop. The feathers pressed against his palms. The hoop felt light. It also felt strong, as if it would hold its shape under pressure. Spider-Woman turned to Born for Water and handed him a small pouch. It was made of soft hide. It was tied with a thin cord. "Open it," she said. Born for Water opened the pouch and looked inside. Yellow pollen lay in a neat mound. It smelled sweet, like flowers crushed between fingers. "Pollen," he said. Spider-Woman nodded. "You will use it. You will place it on your hands. You will place it on your forehead. You will place it on your tongue. You will take the hoop and stretch it out in front of you. Then you will sing." Monster Slayer looked up. "Sing what?" he asked. Spider-Woman's eyes stayed on him. "You will sing the words I teach you. You will speak them clearly. You will speak them as instructions to your own body. Your breath will follow the words." Born for Water's mouth tightened. "Teach us," he said. Spider-Woman leaned forward and began to speak. Her voice took on a steady rhythm. She spoke a short line. The twins repeated it. She spoke another line. The twins repeated it again. The words were in Navajo, plain and direct, full of movement and instruction. The words described stepping forward, lifting feet, placing hands, keeping balance. They described the road ahead and the need to pass through. They repeated each line until Spider-Woman nodded. Then she added another. Monster Slayer's voice grew louder as he learned the cadence. Born for Water's voice stayed calm and even. They did not argue about pronunciation. They worked like 2 men, sharpening knives side by side, focused on getting the edge right. When the lesson ended, Spider-Woman watched them for a moment. Then she reached to the side and lifted 2 more objects. One was a small stone knife with a smooth handle. The other was a bundle of thin cords tied together. She gave the knife to Monster Slayer. "This cuts cord and hides," she said. "It cuts bindings, it cuts vines, it cuts trouble when it comes close." She gave the bundle of cords to Born for Water. "These tie," she said. "They bind what needs binding. They pull what needs pulling. They hold what tries to slip away." Born for Water tested the cords between his fingers. "You give practical things," he said. Spider-Woman smiled again. "Practical keeps people alive," she said. "Stories keep them honest. You can use both." Monster Slayer shifted the hoop on his lap. "What do you want in return?" he asked. Spider-Woman looked at him as if he had asked why rocks fall downhill. "I want you to live," she said. "I want you to reach your father. I want you to take weapons from him. I want you to kill the monsters who hunt people. I want the roads safer for children. I want fewer bones in dry washes." Born for Water said, "We will do it." Spider-Woman nodded. "You will also meet things that talk," she said. "Some will offer help. Some will offer lies. You will listen and decide. You will keep moving east." Monster Slayer frowned. "Tell us about the monsters," he said. "We saw shapes in the night. Mother named some. She spoke of one that kills with his eyes." Spider-Woman's face tightened slightly. "Some monsters look like animals," she said. "Some look like people. Some look like rocks until they move. The one who kills with his eyes uses a stare that freezes the body. People fall where they stand. Their hands stay raised. Their faces lock in the last expression they wore. You will meet that monster later, if you live long enough. Your father's weapons will help you." Born for Water asked, "What about the giant?" And his voice remained calm, but his fingers tightened around the cords. "The one who eats people." Spider-Woman nodded. "Ye Itso," she said. "Big, loud, hungry. He kills for sport. He laughs when he breaks bones. He drinks water and leaves mud and blood behind. Your father will speak of him. You will face him." Monster Slayer's eyes brightened. He looked almost pleased. "Good," he said. "I prefer a monster that shows itself." Spider-Woman gave him a dry look. "Many young men prefer that," she said. "Many young men also bleed in the sand because they think preference changes danger." Monster Slayer accepted the reprimand with a brief grin. Spider-Woman rose again and walked to the entrance of the rock house. She pushed aside a hanging mat that covered the opening. A line of daylight cut into the dim chamber. She looked out, then stepped back. "The watchers still circle," she said. "The raven will speak to its master. The magpie will speak to its master. The vulture will speak to its master. That news moves fast. Your feet must move faster." Born for Water stood. Monster Slayer stood. They adjusted the items Spider-Woman had given them. Monster Slayer slung the feather hoop across his back using a strip of hide. Born for Water tied the pollen pouch securely. Monster Slayer bowed his head towards Spider-Woman. "We will remember your words," he said. Spider-Woman waved him off with a small flick of her fingers. "Remember them by using them," she replied. "Memory in the head does nothing when your feet stand on boiling sand." They walked toward the opening. Before they stepped out, Spider-Woman spoke again. "When you reach the first cliffs," she said, "do not rush. Watch the timing. Feel it. When the rocks slide apart, step forward. When they begin to grind together, step back. Then use the hoop and the pollen and sing the words I taught you. Keep your eyes open. Keep your hands steady. Born for Water nodded. Monster Slayer nodded. They stepped outside into bright daylight. The air felt colder after the warmth of the rock house. The sky looked clean and hard. The blackbird still circled far above, smaller now, as if it were already leaving. The twins began walking down the mountain, then east across the land. The slope tested their balance. Loose stones rolled underfoot. They moved carefully and kept their bodies low at steeper parts. When they reached flatter ground, they increased their speed. They covered miles before the sun reached its highest point. The land ahead opened into a long valley. At the far end, two cliffs stood facing each other, with a narrow gap between them. From where the twins stood, the gap looked like a thin line. Monster Slayer stopped and stared. "That is the first place," he said. Born for Water watched the cliffs for a long moment. "They move," he said. Even at that distance, they could see it. The cliffs slid inward, slow at first, then faster. The gap vanished. Then the cliffs slid apart again, leaving the passage open for a brief span. Monster Slayer exhaled. "Someone built a trap into the mountain," he said. Born for Water answered. The mountain already had enough stone. The trap only needed motion. They moved closer. Each step brought the cliffs into sharper detail. The rock faces were scarred. Long grooves ran down them, marks left by stones grinding together over time. At the base of the cliffs lay broken rubble. Some stones looked freshly cracked. Some looked old and worn. As they approached, Monster Slayer spotted a line of bones near the entrance. A deer skull lay half buried in gravel. Farther in, smaller bones lay scattered, bleached, pale. Monster Slayer crouched and picked up one long bone. It fit in his hand. He turned it slowly, then dropped it back where he found it. Born for Water said, "People tried to pass." Monster Slayer nodded. "People failed." They stood close enough now to feel the air shift when the cliffs moved. When the rocks slid together, the wind pushed outward through the gap with a hard gust. Dust puffed out and drifted around their ankles. When the cliffs slid apart, the air sucked inward again, pulling loose grit toward the darkness between the stones. Monster Slayer watched the pattern. He counted in his head. He saw how long the gap stayed open. He saw how quickly it closed. Born for Water knelt and placed his hand on the ground. He felt the vibration through the stone. He looked up at his brother. "It closes faster than it opens," he said. Monster Slayer reached back and took the hoop from his back. He held it with both hands. The feathers fluttered slightly in the shifting air. Born for Water untied the pollen pouch. He dabbed pollen onto his fingertips, then onto his forehead. Monster Slayer did the same, pressing the pollen onto his skin. They stood facing the gap. The cliffs opened. Dust drew inward. The passage waited. Monster Slayer said, "Now." They stepped forward together and began to sing the words Spider-Woman taught them. Their voices filled the narrow space in front of the cliffs. The song stayed steady, with a rhythm built for walking. They kept their eyes open and their feet moving. Monster Slayer held the hoop stretched out in front of them, like a frame through which they walked. The cliffs began to slide inward. The sound grew louder, stone on stone, a deep grinding. The gap narrowed, dust blew into their faces. Monster Slayer kept walking. Born for Water kept singing. Their voices did not shake. The valley beyond the crushing cliffs widened and leveled out, and the twins felt the change in their legs at once, because the ground stopped fighting them for a while and let them move with long, easy steps. A thin stream ran along the left side of the path, shallow enough to see stones at the bottom, and the air carried the smell of wet soil and crushed grass, which felt almost generous after the dry rock and the grinding dust at the cliffs. But the generosity ended as soon as they reached the first stand of reeds, because this was not a pleasant thicket beside a pond where birds hid and children played. This was a wall of tall green stalks, packed so tightly that even light had trouble slipping through, and the tops swayed in a steady motion that did not match the breeze. Monster Slayer and Born for Water stopped at the edge, close enough to see that the reed stems were thick as wrists and marked with scars, and close enough to hear the sound of movement inside, a repeated snap and whip like someone striking bundles of sticks against each other. And they saw why the bones lay here too, because near the edge of the reeds, a deer carcass hung caught across two stalks, skinned open as if dragged through knives, and a line of broken arrows lay on the ground, their shafts shredded, their fletching torn away. Monster Slayer lifted the feather hoop from his shoulder and held it in both hands, the feathers brushing his forearms, and Born for Water opened the pollen pouch and dabbed it on his fingertips, then pressed it to his forehead and tongue, and Monster Slayer followed the same motions with the short patience of a man who had learned that precise steps keep you alive. They stood side by side at the entrance and watched the reeds for timing, because the stalks moved in patterns like a gate, swinging inward and outward in narrow lanes, and for a moment a thin corridor opened straight ahead. Monster Slayer said, "Now," and they stepped in, and the reeds reacted immediately, stems snapping toward them with enough force to bruise and cut. But the twins held the hoop out in front, as Spider-Woman had taught, and they began to sing the words with steady volume, their mouths shaping each line clearly, their feet landing carefully in the soft mud, and as they walked the reeds swished close, then slid away, and the corridor stayed open long enough for them to pass. A stalk swung down and struck Monster Slayer's shoulder hard enough to make him grunt, and he kept moving without breaking rhythm. And Born for Water took the hit of another stalk across his back and did not stumble. And they learned quickly that the reeds could still land blows even when the song guided their passage, so they held their bodies low and kept their arms tight, and after what felt like a long mile of green walls and whipping stems, they stepped out into open air again with mud on their calves and thin red lines on their skin, and they did not pause for relief, because they saw the next hazard ahead, a field of cane cactus spread across a shallow plain like a trap laid on purpose, each plant standing stiff and crowded, each spine long and pale, sharp enough to catch sunlight, and among the cactus lay more bones, smaller and more scattered, some with bits of dried skin still attached, and Monster Slayer spat once and said, "These places are built to make people turn back." And Born for Water answered, "We keep moving east," and their voices stayed dry, because their mouths were already dry. They approached the cactus slowly, because rushing into spines only makes you bleed faster, and they tried to pick a path between the plants, but the spaces narrowed the deeper they looked, and the spines leaned inward as if the plants had grown toward each other, and in some places the cactus formed archways that would catch a person's shoulders and drag them down. And Monster Slayer crouched, picked up a small stone, and tossed it gently into the field. The stone landed, rolled, and then snagged against a spine, and the cactus nearest to it quivered, and several others quivered too, and the spines shifted position in a wave that spread outward, which told them the whole field responded as a single thing. Born for Water looked at Monster Slayer and held out the pollen pouch without a word, and Monster Slayer took it, dabbed pollen onto his hands, then returned it, and Born for Water did the same, and they lifted the hoop again and began to sing, and then they stepped forward, placing their feet exactly, because even a small mistake here would end in a leg full of needles, and the cactus reacted the moment they entered. spines vibrating, plants flexing, the narrow gaps closing. But the twins kept the hoop stretched in front of them and kept the song steady, and the path in front of the hoop remained barely wide enough for two bodies, and it moved as they moved, like a corridor carved through the spines. Monster Slayer focused on his feet, and Born for Water focused on the plants at shoulder level, and between them they caught the moments when a spine swung too close, and they shifted their hips or turned their shoulders just enough to avoid it. Once, a long needle scraped Born for Water's forearm and left a thin line of blood, and he kept singing without pausing to look at it. And once, a spine caught in Monster Slayer's hair and tugged, and he yanked free hard enough to leave a few strands behind, and he laughed under his breath, a short sound of irritation and amusement, because he preferred losing hair to losing an eye. The field felt endless while they were inside it, because every step demanded attention, and every breath tasted of dust and plant sap. And then, as suddenly as the cactus had begun, it ended, and they stepped out into a strip of open ground with their clothes snagged and their skin marked, and they stood there for a moment with the hoop lowered, their song finished, and both of them breathing hard. Monster Slayer looked back at the field and saw the corridor close behind them, spines shifting back into place, and he said, "That place stays hungry." And Born for Water wiped blood from his forearm with his thumb and said, "We feed it with footprints and leave it with nothing else." And then they walked on, because the last hazard waited ahead and it did not hide. Ahead of them, the sky looked brighter than it had any right to look, even in late afternoon. And above the bright line they could see a structure that did not belong on the ground, a house that hung high above the world, its walls shining with the color of turquoise and white shell, and its edges sharp enough to catch sunlight. And the twins stood there in plain sight and stared at it with the unblinking focus of people who had come too far to feel shy. The air grew cleaner as they walked, and the plants changed again, fewer cactus, more low grass, more small flowers near thin streams, and in the distance they saw a line of birds standing along a ridge, watching, and they did not shoot at them, because that time had passed. And now they needed more than arrows. They needed entry into a place guarded by beings who did not welcome every visitor. They walked until the sun lowered toward the west and the light slanted across the land, and then they reached the base of a steep incline of rock that rose toward the sky, and at the top of that incline stood a wide opening, like a gate carved into stone, and a narrow path led upward in a series of worn steps. Monster Slayer tested the first step with his foot and felt that it held solid, and then they climbed, and the air thinned and cooled, and the ground under them seemed less like earth and more like clean stone. And when they reached the top, they found themselves standing before a doorway that opened into bright space, and the edge of the doorway was lined with shell and turquoise, and the floor beyond it looked like polished stone that reflected the light from above. Monster Slayer adjusted the hoop on his shoulder, and Born for Water tightened the pollen pouch at his belt, and they stepped across the threshold without bowing, because they did not understand bowing to their father, and because they had already knelt in mud and sand and dust, and they preferred to stand now. Inside, the house felt vast. The ceiling rose high. The walls glowed with pale blue and green. The floor stayed smooth under their feet. In one corner, a fire burned in a wide hearth, and the fire looked bright and steady, and it warmed the room without smoke. Along the walls stood objects that looked like tools and ornaments. Bowls made of shell, sticks carved and polished, bundles of feathers, and a large pipe resting on a rack, its stem long and straight. A woman sat against the western wall with her hands folded and her posture stiff, her hair neatly arranged, her face calm in a way that looked practiced, and she watched the twins with eyes that held no welcome. And beside the hearth stood two young men who looked strong and sharp, their bodies upright, their faces serious, and each carried something at his belt that looked like a tool. And the twins recognized them as the kind of beings who would step forward first when trouble entered a house. Monster Slayer spoke plainly, because he had no interest in ceremonies that wasted time, and he said, "We are the sons of Changing Woman," and Born for Water said, "We came to meet our father." And the two young men exchanged a glance and did not answer with words, because they did not need to. And then one of them stepped forward and took a blanket from a peg, and the other took another blanket, and together they wrapped the twins quickly. First one, then another, pulling the cloth around their bodies so tightly that their arms pinned to their sides, and Monster Slayer struggled for a moment before deciding struggle would waste breath, and Born for Water stayed still and watched. And the young men lifted them easily and placed them on a high shelf along the wall, as if the twins were bundles of wood stored for later. Monster Slayer kept his eyes open and stared at the ceiling, and Born for Water kept his breathing steady, and they waited, because they understood this was a test, and tests often begin with indignity. A sound came from outside, the heavy, confident footfall of someone entering his own home. Light shifted across the floor, and the room grew brighter, and then the sun entered, and he looked like a man, and he also looked like the source of the light, because his skin shone, and his eyes held a sharp brightness that made it hard to stare directly. And he walked to the center of the room and looked around as if checking that each object sat in the right place. His gaze landed on the woman at the wall, then on the two young men by the hearth, and then his eyes lifted to the shelf where the bundled twins lay. And he narrowed his eyes and said, "Who brought these?" And the woman answered with a flat voice, "Two boys came claiming they are your sons." And the son's mouth tightened, and he stepped toward the shelf and pulled the blankets away with quick hands. And Monster Slayer and Born for Water dropped to the floor, landing on their feet, because they had practiced balance their whole lives even without knowing it, and they stood with their shoulders squared. And Monster Slayer said, "We walked here from our mother's home," and Born for Water said, "We crossed the places that kill people." And the sun looked them over and said, "Many people claim kinship when they want gifts." And Monster Slayer replied, "We want answers and tools." And Born for Water added, "We want to kill monsters." And the sun's face showed a hint of irritation at the directness, and he said, "Then you can survive a few questions first." He led them to the east wall of the house, where sharp points of white shell protruded in a tight pattern. He grabbed Monster Slayer by the arm with a grip like heated iron and threw him hard against the wall. Monster Slayer hit the shell points with his back and shoulders. The points pierced the cloth of his shirt and pricked his skin. He grunted once, pushed off, and landed on his feet again. The sun's eyes flicked to Born for Water, and he grabbed him and threw him against another wall lined with turquoise points. Born for Water hit the wall, felt the points press into his clothes, and pushed off, landing upright. Both twins kept their faces calm. Monster Slayer brushed a hand across his back and found small cuts. Born for Water flexed his shoulder, testing for injury. The sun watched them and said, "You stand." And Monster Slayer said, "We stand." And then the sun turned and walked toward a small sweat lodge structure set into a side chamber, built of stone and earth with a low doorway, and he said, "Come." Inside the sweat lodge, the heat already waited. Red stones sat in a pit. The sun lifted a gourd of water and poured it over the stones, and steam rose quickly, hot enough to sting skin. The twins entered and sat, because the sun gestured for them to sit, and the doorway closed, and the darkness inside held only the glow of the stones. The heat thickened and sweat formed at once along Monster Slayer's forehead and ran down his nose. And Born for Water breathed through his mouth and kept his chest moving steadily. And the sun's voice came from outside, asking, "Is it hot?" And Monster Slayer answered, "It is hot." And Born for Water answered, "It is hot." And the sun poured more water, and the steam surged, and the twins' skin flushed and their eyes watered, and they held steady, because pain without movement is still survivable, and because they had already walked across boiling sand. Time passed in a way that felt slower inside the lodge, measured by breaths and by the sound of water hitting stone, and the sun asked again, "Is it hot?" And Monster Slayer answered with a voice that sounded tighter, "It is hot." And Born for Water answered, "It is hot." And then the heat eased slightly when the sun stopped pouring, and the twins remained seated until the doorway opened and light flooded in, and the air outside felt cool even though it carried warmth. And the sun stood there and watched them emerge, with sweat shining on their faces and clothes clinging to their backs, and he said, "You still stand." And Monster Slayer said, "We still stand." And then the sun's gaze held them for a long moment, measuring, and he turned toward the large pipe near the hearth. He lifted the pipe and held it with care, as if it mattered, and he packed it with tobacco and herbs, and lit it with a small flame taken from his own fire, and he drew smoke into his mouth and lungs, then exhaled slowly, and he held the pipe out to Monster Slayer first, because Monster Slayer stood closest. Monster Slayer took it and drew in smoke, and the smoke burned his throat and made his eyes water, and he held it anyway, because coughing would give the sun satisfaction. And then he exhaled and handed it to Born for Water, and Born for Water drew smoke and felt the same burn and forced his breathing into steadiness, and then exhaled and returned the pipe. The sun watched their faces as they handled the smoke and the burn, and his posture softened a fraction, and he said, "You came far." And Monster Slayer said, "We came because monsters hunt our people." And Born for Water said, "We came because our mother gave birth to us with help from holy people, and we want the truth." And the sun looked at them for a long moment, then said, "Changing Woman carried you." And Monster Slayer said, "Yes." And the sun said, "I visited her." And Born for Water said, "Yes." And then the sun inhaled once, a slow breath, and said, "You are my sons." Monster Slayer did not smile. He kept his expression sharp, because he had learned that victory often arrives quietly. Born for Water nodded once, satisfied, as if a piece had clicked into place. The sun looked from one twin to the other and said, "Speak your request." And Monster Slayer stepped forward and said, "We want weapons." And Born for Water said, "We want the knowledge to use them." And the sun's eyes narrowed, because he already knew what that meant. And he said, "You want to fight the Naaye?" And Monster Slayer said, "Yes." And Born for Water said, "Yes." And the sun turned and walked to a rack along the wall and began to lift items one by one, practical items shaped for hands and bodies, and he placed them on the floor in front of the twins, shirts that looked like scales of flint, helmets that would protect their heads, bows that felt strong when Monster Slayer tested the bend, quivers of arrows with heads that gleamed, stone knives with edges sharp enough to shave hair from a wrist. The sun named the arrows as he laid them down, and his voice stayed matter-of-fact, because these were tools and tools demand clarity. And then he said, "One monster matters first." And Born for Water asked, "Which?" And the sun said, "Ye eat so." And Monster Slayer's jaw tightened, because he had heard the name, and he had wanted it. And the sun added, "He drinks and eats and kills. He also carries my blood." And Monster Slayer lifted his head and said, "We will kill him." And the sun said, "I will strike first." And Born for Water watched the sun carefully. Because that sentence carried rules the twins did not yet know, and he said, "Then we follow." And the sun nodded. And in that moment the twins understood that their fight would begin with a giant who drew breath under the same sun they had just met. And they gathered the weapons and tied them onto their bodies, each strap tightened, each tool secured, because now the story moved from getting answers to making bodies fall. The twins did not linger in the sun's house, because lingering invites second thoughts, and second thoughts invite delays, and delays invite teeth. So they worked quickly and with careful hands, tightening straps, checking knots, testing the bend of each bow, running thumbs along the edges of the stone knives, lifting the flint scale shirts and settling them onto their shoulders until the weight sat correctly across their backs. Monster Slayer moved with the restless focus of a man who had been handed the exact tools he had asked for and now wanted immediate proof that the tools would do what they promised. And Born for Water moved with a quieter precision, pausing to make sure every cord lay flat and every buckle held, because he knew that a loose strap becomes a problem at the exact moment you cannot spare a hand to fix it. The sun watched them in silence for a time, then walked to a low shelf and lifted two small bundles wrapped in cloth. And when he unwrapped them, he revealed two sets of headgear, each shaped to fit snugly, each lined with hard, smooth pieces of shell and flint that would turn a glancing blow into a scratch instead of a broken skull. And he placed one in Monster Slayer's hands and one in Born for Water's, and his voice stayed steady when he spoke, because he talked about tools the way a skilled craftsman talks, with clarity and without drama, saying, "Wear these when you face the first one. He swings a club and he throws stones. He aims for your head." And Monster Slayer nodded, already fitting the helmet onto his hair. And Born for Water slid his helmet into place and tied it under his chin with a quick knot. The sun then stepped to the hearth and lifted a long, straight pipe from its rack, and he held it out once more, because he wanted to see the twins accept his household's customs as well as his weapons. And Monster Slayer took the pipe, drew smoke, swallowed the burn, and passed it, and Born for Water did the same. And the sun watched their faces, and their eyes, and the set of their shoulders. And then he lowered the pipe and said, "You arrived here with help from Spider-Woman." And Born for Water answered, "Yes." And Monster Slayer answered, "She gave us a hoop and pollen and words." And the sun's mouth tightened as if he had opinions about Spider-Woman's methods, but he did not argue, because Spider-Woman's methods produced results, and he said, "Those words brought you here. These weapons will carry you farther. Hold them with care." He walked to the doorway and stepped outside, and the light shifted again, brighter in a way that made the twins squint. And they followed him onto the smooth stone platform beyond the house, where the edge dropped away into open sky, and Monster Slayer stopped short for a moment, because his feet wanted ground, and Born for Water placed a hand lightly on his brother's shoulder, steadying him without comment. The sun raised his arm and pointed across the wide span of air, and the twins saw the path he indicated, a bright track like a narrow road laid through the sky, and it held no railing and no fence, and it curved downward toward the distant earth, and the sun said, "This is how I travel," and Monster Slayer muttered, "Convenient," with a dry edge, and the sun looked at him and said, "You can complain after you live," and Monster Slayer smiled, because he appreciated being spoken to like a person who could take it. And then the sun called out in a voice that carried, and from the bright distance came the sound of hooves and the sight of two shining horses pulling a great disc, and the horses landed on the platform with a jolt that made the stone tremble underfoot, and the twins felt the heat of their bodies even before they drew close. The sun climbed onto the disc and gestured for the twins to climb behind him, and Monster Slayer went first, gripping the edge and swinging up with quick strength, and Born for Water followed and settled his feet carefully, and the sun took the reins and the horses surged forward, and the platform dropped away, and the twins felt their stomachs shift as the disc moved along the bright path, and the wind rushed at their faces and tugged at their clothes, and the world below grew small and distant, ridges and valleys flattening into patterns of color, and Monster Slayer leaned forward slightly and narrowed his eyes, because he wanted to remember every shape of the land, and Born for Water held steady and watched the sun's hands, because he wanted to understand how a being like this controlled such speed. The ride carried them above mountains, above mesas, above patches of forest and open plain, and the sun did not slow, because slowing would waste his day, and his day was measured in a strict schedule that held the world together. As they moved, he spoke over his shoulder, giving instruction the way a father gives instruction when he finally accepts his role, saying, Yeitso drinks at a lake near a mountain with dark stone. He moves in the late day. He eats whenever he wants. He walks loud. You will hear him before you see him. You will shoot him with the lightning arrows first. Save the strongest for the moment he rises again. And Monster Slayer said, he rises again, because Monster Slayer had the irritating habit of asking the exact question that revealed the unpleasant part of the plan, and the sun answered, he takes wounds and keeps walking. He carries tough flesh and strong bones. He falls and rises. Many people die thinking the first fall means the end, and Born for Water asked, who else waits there? And the sun said, other ones circle the place. Some serve him, some fear him and follow anyway. Keep your eyes open. And Monster Slayer asked, will you strike first? And the sun's jaw tightened again and he said, yes, I will strike first. That rule holds, and Born for Water accepted it as a rule because he had grown up with rules that came from older mouths and did not require explanation. And Monster Slayer accepted it with a grunt, because he liked rules only when they led to clean results. At noon, the sun slowed. The disk leveled above a wide span of land, and the light sharpened, and the twins saw their homeland far to the west, and they saw the shape of the sacred mountains in the distance, and Monster Slayer felt a brief tightening in his throat when he realized how far they had traveled on their own feet before ever stepping into the sky. And Born for Water watched the lines of rivers and ridges and memorized them, because memory in the head meant finding the way back later. The sun pointed down and said, there, and Monster Slayer followed the line of his finger and saw the faint patch where their village sat, too small to make out details, yet present, and he pictured changing woman sitting by her doorway, and he pictured his grandparents inside, and he pictured the wind wall breaking apart and the monsters stepping back, and he pictured the village still standing, because that was the image he needed to carry forward. The sun then pulled the reins and the horses turned, and the disc angled downward, and the bright road slanted toward the earth, and the wind rose louder, and the ground rushed up, and then, in a moment that felt like a sudden drop through cold water, the disc reached a place where light struck a mountain peak, and a bolt of lightning shot downward from that point, and the sun said, hold on, and the twins grabbed the edge, and the bolt stretched into a solid bright line, and the twins slid down it, feet first, hands gripping, bodies trembling from the speed, and the air burned cold against their faces, and when they reached the end they landed hard on rocky ground and rolled once, then came up on their knees with bows in their hands, because they were the kind of people who landed ready. They stood at the base of a mountain with dark stone and rough slopes. Pine trees grew in scattered clusters. The air smelled of resin and sun-heated rock. A wide lake lay nearby, its surface flat, its edges lined with reeds and mud, and the water reflected the sky in a pale blue sheet. Monster Slayer walked to the shore and crouched, scooping a handful of water and letting it run through his fingers. The water felt cool. Born for Water stood behind him and scanned the slope above, because he had learned that danger likes height. A voice spoke from behind them, close enough that Monster Slayer turned sharply with his bow raised. A young man stood there, slim and calm, dressed in clean clothing, holding a small staff. His face looked ordinary at first glance, yet his eyes held a sharp focus. Beside him stood a young woman with hair tied back, her hands clasped in front of her, and she watched the twins with the expression of someone evaluating. The young man said, "We have waited for you." Monster Slayer kept the bow raised for a breath, then lowered it slightly. "Who are you?" he asked. The young woman answered, "We belong to this place. We watch the lake. We watch the path. We saw you fall from lightning." Her voice stayed calm and level. Born for Water asked, "Do you serve the giant?" The young man shook his head. "We live where he drinks," he said. "We warn people who wander too close. Few listen." Monster Slayer glanced at the bones near the water's edge and believed him. "Then warn us," he said. The young man lifted his staff and pointed to a set of deep footprints pressed into the mud, each print large enough to hold a child. "He comes at the end of the day," he said. "He drinks until the water runs from his mouth. He looks around before he leaves. He hears well. He smells well. He grows angry fast." Born for Water asked, "Where does he sleep?" The young woman pointed toward a rocky outcrop higher on the mountain. "He sleeps in a cave," she said. "He keeps trophies there. He keeps bones there. He keeps things he stole from people. He laughs when he looks at them." Monster Slayer's mouth tightened. "Good," he said. "Then we meet him here, on open ground." The young man nodded once. "Wait on the ridge," he said. "Keep your bodies low. Keep the wind at your back if you can. When he comes, he will speak. He always speaks. He likes the sound of his own voice." Monster Slayer grinned. "I like the sound of my arrow," he said. Born for Water ignored that and asked, "Will you help?" The young woman looked at the young man, then back at the twins. "We will watch," she said. "We will tell you if others approach. We will run if we must. We do not carry your weapons." Monster Slayer accepted that. Born for Water accepted it too. Help came in many forms, and warning mattered. They climbed to a low ridge overlooking the lake. The ridge held scattered boulders and scrub. The twins crouched behind a rock and waited. Monster Slayer tested his bowstring, running his fingers along it and pulling once, then relaxing it. Born for Water opened the quiver and looked at the arrows. The heads gleamed with a hard light. He selected two and laid them beside him, ready. Monster Slayer chose his own arrows with less ceremony and laid them in the dirt, their shafts straight, their fletching clean. Time passed. The sun moved west. Shadows stretched. The air cooled slightly. A breeze moved across the lake and created small ripples. A bird skimmed the surface and rose again. Monster Slayer leaned close to Born for Water and spoke quietly. "Do you feel different?" he asked. Born for Water did not look away from the lake. "We carry weapons now," he said. "We carry a father's words. That feels different." Monster Slayer said, "I mean inside. In the ribs. In the skin. Born for Water considered. I feel steady, he said. I feel like my hands belong to me more than they did before. Monster Slayer nodded slowly. Yes, he said. I feel like my bones fit together better. I feel like a door closed behind us when we left the sun's house. Born for Water glanced at him briefly. You describe it like a door, he said, and his tone held a trace of amusement. Monster Slayer shrugged once. People like doors, he said. They help you understand where you are. The young woman below the ridge lifted her hand. She pointed toward the slope. Her posture tightened. The young man beside her moved back a step, eyes wide. The twins heard it then, a heavy thump, then another, and another, each step pushing a small tremor through the ground. Loose stones shifted. Dust slid down a rock face. A low grunt echoed between the trees. Monster Slayer lifted his bow. Born for Water picked up an arrow and set it against the string. They both breathed slowly. Yeitso emerged from behind a stand of trees. He was taller than a man by several heads, thick through the shoulders, heavy through the chest and belly, and his arms hung long, ending in hands that looked capable of lifting boulders. His skin looked rough and dark, patched with scars. A club rested on his shoulder. He walked toward the lake with the casual confidence of someone who expected no resistance in his territory. He reached the water and knelt, and the ground groaned under his weight. He scooped water into his mouth with both hands and drank loudly. Water spilled down his chin and onto his chest. He drank again and again, then slapped the surface of the lake with one hand as if to amuse himself. Then he paused. He turned his head slightly, sniffing. His eyes narrowed. He stood up and looked around. Monster Slayer felt his heart beat hard once. Born for Water tightened his grip on the arrow. Yeitso spoke in a booming voice that carried across the lake. "Who stands near my water?" he shouted. "Who smells like corn and smoke? Who smells like young blood?" Yeitso's charge ate up the distance fast, faster than his size should allow, and the ground shook with each step as if a herd of bulls had been shoved into one body, and his club rose high over his head, both hands gripping it as he ran. And Monster Slayer saw the arc of that weapon and measured it instantly, because a club like that only needed one clean hit to turn a skull into wet clay. He did not freeze, because freezing belongs to people who expect mercy. So he dropped into motion, stepping sideways and back, keeping his feet light on the uneven ridge, while Born for Water stayed square for a heartbeat longer to draw and loose his second arrow, the one with the broader crack of lightning in it. And the arrow struck the giant's shoulder with a flash that made the skin hiss and the muscle twitch. Yet it did not stop him. It only made him angrier. Yeitso roared, swung the club down in a straight, brutal line, and the club slammed into the ground where Monster Slayer had been, breaking stone and throwing up a burst of dirt that peppered Monster Slayer's face and teeth. And Monster Slayer spat grit and laughed once through clenched jaw, because he had learned that laughter keeps panic from taking root, and because he had no time for panic anyway. Born for Water moved then, running laterally to widen the angle, forcing the giant to turn his shoulders if he wanted to hit both of them at once. And the giant did turn, because he wanted that. He wanted the two small bodies crushed together under his club. He wanted an easy story to tell himself afterward. But turning cost him a fraction of speed, and that fraction mattered, because Monster Slayer drew his bow again and loosed another arrow into the giant's ribs, and the arrow hit with a bright snap and a sting of smoke, and Yeitso jerked, stumbled, then kept coming, teeth bared, eyes wide, breathing loud enough that the twins could hear the wet rasp in his throat. The giant's feet pounded the ridge, and loose stones rolled, and Born for Water leaped down behind a boulder, using it as cover for a moment, while Monster Slayer ran uphill, because climbing steals momentum from a charging body, and he wanted the giant's swing to land short, and Yeitso followed, hauling his bulk up the slope with a furious pace, club dragging for a step, then lifting again, and when he swung, the club clipped the edge of a rock and shattered it, and sharp fragments flew out and cut Monster Slayer's cheek, leaving a warm line of blood that he wiped away with the back of his hand without slowing. The sun hung low enough now that the light slanted across the lake and the mountain, and the giant's shadow stretched long over the stones, and the twins stayed outside that shadow whenever they could, because they understood the simple geometry of death, and they used that understanding like a third weapon. Born for Water rose from behind the boulder and ran to Monster Slayer's side, and they moved together now, drawing in unison, loosing in unison, their arrows striking in staggered rhythm, because they had practiced running side by side since childhood, and their bodies remembered that coordination. And the giant began to show it in the way his steps grew heavier, in the way his breath started to hitch, in the way his club rose a fraction slower each time. Still, he kept coming, and when he got close enough, he threw the club instead of swinging it, because desperation makes a brute inventive, and the club spun end over end through the air toward the twins, and Monster Slayer shouted, and both brothers dropped flat, pressing their bodies to the ground, and the club tore past them with a rush of wind and crashed into a tree behind them, splitting the trunk and scattering needles. The giant lunged forward with empty hands, fingers spread wide, aiming to grab and crush, and Born for Water rolled to the side, came up on one knee, and drove a stone knife into the back of the giant's hand when it slammed down, and the blade sank into thick flesh, and the giant screamed, snatched his hand back, and the knife came with it for a moment, before Born for Water yanked it free, and blood ran down the giant's wrist in a dark sheet, and that blood made the ground slick where it fell, and Monster Slayer saw it and used it, leading the giant onto the slick patch, because feet slip on blood, and a slip from a body that big ends in a fall. Yeitso charged again, and his foot landed in the wet, and his leg slid, and his balance shifted, and for the first time the giant looked surprised, his mouth open, his eyes blinking, and Monster Slayer drew the strongest arrow he had, the one whose head gleamed like a thin piece of captured daylight, and he loosed it straight into the giant's chest, and the arrow struck with a crack that echoed off the mountain, and Yeitso's body jolted hard, his arms flung outward, and he fell forward onto his knees, then onto his chest, and his forehead hit the ground with a dull, heavy thud that made the twins feel the vibration in their feet. For a moment, everything held still, because bodies do that when a very large body hits the ground, and the twins did not rush in like excited children, because Spider-Woman's voice lived in their heads, and the sun's instruction lived there too, and both of those voices had taught them the same thing in different ways, which was that the first fall often lies. Monster Slayer kept his bow raised and nocked another arrow, and Born for Water held his knife ready and watched the giant's shoulders, because a shoulder rises before a fist does, and the giant's breath came in a long, wet sigh, and dust drifted around his face, and his fingers twitched once, and Monster Slayer said, "He will rise." And Born for Water answered, "We end it before he rises." And they moved closer together, stepping carefully around the club that lay half buried in rubble, and they approached the giant's head from the side, because standing directly in front of a mouthful of teeth counts as optimism, and optimism is a luxury that gets eaten. Yeitso opened his eyes. He pushed his palms into the ground. He began to lift his chest. He did not wait for the lift to finish. He drew, aimed at the place where neck met shoulder, and loosed the arrow. The arrow struck and snapped through flesh. The giant's head jerked, and he made a choking sound. Born for Water stepped in at once and drove his stone knife into the same spot, with both hands on the handle, twisting hard. The blade bit deeper. Monster Slayer grabbed the other knife and struck again, sawing through thick sinew with short, hard motions, because there was no elegance available here, only effort and persistence, and the giant's arms flailed once, then slowed, and the choking sound faded into a wet gurgle, and then the body stopped moving, chest pressed to earth, fingers spread, face turned sideways in the dust. Born for Water stepped back and wiped his knife on a tuft of grass. Monster Slayer stood over the giant and breathed, sweat dripping from his jaw. He looked down at the body and said, "He smells worse up close." His voice carried a grim satisfaction, the kind that comes when a promise is kept with hard work. The young man and young woman who had waited near the lake stood at a distance, their eyes wide, their posture rigid. They did not cheer, they did not rush forward. They looked like people who had just seen a mountain move and stop. Born for Water called to them, "Stay back," and his tone carried authority, because authority grows quickly in a person who has just killed a monster that everyone feared. The young woman nodded quickly. The young man swallowed and nodded too. Monster Slayer knelt by the giant's head and gripped the thick hair near the scalp. He tested the weight. He grunted. "Help," he said to his brother, and Born for Water stepped in, and together they worked their knives again, cutting the last stubborn strips of flesh and tendon, and when the head finally separated, it dropped into Monster Slayer's hands with a heavy damp shift, and Monster Slayer almost lost his grip, because it was larger than any deer he had ever carried, and because blood made everything slippery. He adjusted his hold and lifted it, muscles straining, and Born for Water steadied the jaw for a moment to keep it from swinging and knocking Monster Slayer in the face, because being concussed by a dead giant would be a ridiculous end, and they both knew it. They dragged the head toward a flat patch of ground near the water. The young woman stepped closer, then stopped again when Born for Water lifted his hand. Monster Slayer set the head down with a heavy thud and sat back on his heels, breathing. He looked at the teeth. He looked at the thick tongue. He looked at the eyes that stared without focus. He felt a quiet satisfaction settle into his chest, not as a feeling of victory that needed singing, but as a simple fact that the body on the ground proved. Born for Water turned his head slightly, scanning the slopes, because the world rarely allows a single clean act without adding complications. He saw movement in the distance, shadows between trees, shapes too far to name. "They come," he said. Monster Slayer stood at once, wiping his hands on his clothes. "More," he said, and he smiled like someone invited to a familiar task. The first to appear was a horned creature, thick neck, broad shoulders, horns curving forward, hooves striking sparks from stone. It ran down the slope in a straight line, head lowered, because it understood one thing and one thing only, which was impact. Behind it, shapes moved with it, smaller monsters, and in the sky above, a dark winged shape circled lower, a bird with wings wide enough to cast a shadow like a roof. Born for Water grabbed his bow and nocked an arrow without hesitation. Monster Slayer did the same. They stood in front of the giant's head, because the head was proof and also bait, and if the monsters wanted to reclaim their fallen champion, they would come here. The horned creature charged. The ground shook again, though less than before, and dust rose around its hooves. It snorted and bellowed, and a string of saliva swung from its mouth. Monster Slayer waited until it reached the distance where an arrow would hit solid, then released. The arrow struck the creature's shoulder and flashed. The creature stumbled, but did not fall. Born for Water released his arrow a beat later and hit the same place. The horned creature shrieked, turned slightly, then kept charging, because pain does not always teach caution. Monster Slayer ran sideways to widen the angle. Born for Water stayed in place for a fraction longer, then moved back, because the horns came close enough to gore the air. The horned monster crashed through the space where they had stood, struck a boulder, and its horns splintered on the rock. It reeled, stunned. Monster Slayer stepped in and drove a stone knife into the side of its neck. Born for Water struck the other side. They worked quickly. The creature convulsed, then collapsed, hooves scraping the ground until they stopped. The winged monster dropped lower then, aiming for the giant's head, because carrying it away would deny the twins the trophy and perhaps feed the monster's hunger. Its talons stretched. Its beak opened. Monster Slayer drew and loosed an arrow into its chest as it descended. The arrow hit, and the bird screamed. It flapped hard, trying to climb. Born for Water loosed another arrow that struck a wing joint. The wing bent wrong, and the bird spun, crashed into the lake with a tremendous splash, and water surged out in waves that slapped the shore. The young man and young woman backed away fast, faces pale. The bird thrashed in the water, wings beating, sending droplets everywhere. It tried to rise. Monster Slayer ran to the water's edge and shot another arrow into its back. The bird's thrashing slowed. It floated for a moment, then sank, leaving ripples and a few feathers on the surface. More shapes approached from the trees, but they slowed when they saw the bodies on the ground. Some turned their heads as if considering retreat. Born for Water raised his bow and held it steady, arrow ready. Monster Slayer stood with his knife in one hand, bow in the other, breathing hard. A tall figure stepped forward from the shadows, a creature with long arms and a face shaped like a twisted mask, eyes set deep and glowing faintly. It raised one hand, palm outward, and stared at the twins with fierce focus. Born for Water's body stiffened. His knees locked. His grip on the bow tightened. He felt his muscles resist his own command. Monster Slayer felt it too, a sudden slow tightening in the joints, a reluctance to move, like his body had forgotten the next step. "The one who kills with his eyes," Monster Slayer said, his voice forced through clenched teeth. The creature smiled, slow and ugly, and kept staring. It stepped forward, confident, because confidence grows in a monster that has watched people freeze and fall. Its hand remained lifted, its gaze fixed. Born for Water forced his fingers to move. It took effort. It felt like pushing through thick mud. He turned his head slightly, breaking the direct line of sight, because Spider-Woman had warned them, and warning carried instructions, and he shouted without looking straight at the monster, "Aim where it stands. Do not meet its eyes." Monster Slayer turned his face away too, keeping the creature in the edge of his vision. He drew his bow by feel more than sight, focusing on the shape of its body and the sound of its steps. He released the arrow. The arrow struck the creature's chest with a flash. The creature hissed, surprised, and its stare wavered for a breath. That was enough. Born for Water used that moment and drew, loosed, and his arrow struck the monster's shoulder. The monster staggered back, hand lowering. The stiffness in the twins' bodies eased at once. Monster Slayer advanced, knife ready. The monster raised its hand again, trying to lock their bodies once more. But Born for Water moved first this time, stepping to the side, drawing the monster's attention away from his brother. and Monster Slayer used the opening to close the distance and drive the knife into the monster's ribs. The monster screamed and flailed. Born for Water loosed another arrow at close range into its throat. The monster fell hard and lay still, eyes open, staring at the sky without focus. The remaining monsters hesitated. They had expected to see two boys die. They had expected easy meat. They saw instead a dead giant, a dead horned monster, a dead eye killer, and feathers drifting on the lake. They made small, angry noises. One threw a stone. The stone landed short. Another creature hissed and backed away. Then they began to retreat, stepping backward into the trees, still watching, still snarling, but giving ground. Monster Slayer called out after them, "Tell the others. Tell them the twins carry knives." Born for Water added, "Tell them the road changes today." The monsters vanished into the shadows. The lake shore fell quiet again, aside from the sound of water settling and the twins breathing. The young man and young woman stood at a distance, hands over their mouths, eyes wide. Monster Slayer walked back to the giant's head and kicked it lightly, as if checking that it stayed dead. Then he looked at his brother. "We should take this," he said. Born for Water nodded. "We take it to show the people. We take it so the monsters remember." They lifted the head together again, adjusting their grips, and began to carry it away from the lake, step by step, muscles burning. The sun lowered toward the horizon. Their shadows stretched long across the ground. Behind them, the bodies remained. The lake reflected the fading light. The mountains stood still. They walked toward home, carrying proof in their arms. The twins walked through the late afternoon with the giant's head hanging between them, their arms locked under its thick jaw and matted hair, their shoulders aching with every step, and the smell of blood and old meat clinging to their clothes. And neither of them complained, because complaining wastes breath and breath belonged to walking, and the land around them opened into wide, low hills and scattered trees, and they moved along the same paths that had once carried them away from home. Only now the ground felt different under their feet, firmer, as if the earth itself had learned their weight. And Monster Slayer glanced ahead often, because he expected to see the first signs of people, smoke from cooking fires, tracks in the dust, something that said the world still held those who had waited for them. And Born for Water kept his eyes on the ground and the horizon at the same time, because he had learned that danger and home both announced themselves quietly. By the time the sky turned the color of old copper, they reached the first outlying fields of their village, and the people saw them at once, because two young men carrying a giant's head draws attention, and a cry rose from the nearest house, and then another, and then many voices joined, and people poured out into the open, men and women and children, some holding tools, some holding nothing, all staring with wide eyes as the twins approached. And Monster Slayer lifted his chin and kept walking, because this was the moment that mattered, and Born for Water walked at his side with the same steady pace, and when they reached the center of the village, they lowered the head to the ground together, setting it upright so that its dead eyes faced the people, and a hush fell over the crowd, because fear looks different when it lies on the ground instead of towering overhead. Changing Woman stepped forward from the crowd. Her hair hung loose over her shoulders. Her eyes moved over her sons, and the blood on their hands, and the scars on their skin. She walked close enough to touch them. She placed one hand on Monster Slayer's cheek, and one on Born for Water's shoulder. "You came back," she said. Monster Slayer nodded. "We brought proof," he said. Born for Water said, "The giant will drink no more." The people pressed closer. A child reached out and touched the giant's matted hair, then pulled his hand back quickly. An old man bent low and stared into the dead eyes. A woman crossed herself with shaking fingers. The fear that had lived in their chests for years began to loosen, not all at once, but enough to change how they breathed. That night, fires burned across the village. People cooked what food they had. They passed bowls from hand to hand. They spoke in low, excited voices. They asked the twins to speak, and Monster Slayer told them how the giant fell, how the arrows struck, how the knives cut, and he did it with plain words and no extra flourish, because the truth needed no decoration, and Born for Water added the parts about the monsters who had come and run, and he named them, and people nodded as if hearing those names already felt safer. Later, when the fires burned low and the children slept, Changing Woman sat with her sons outside her home. The giant's head rested at the edge of the village, watched by men with spears. The stars filled the sky. The air cooled. Changing Woman looked at her sons for a long time before she spoke. "You found him," she said. Born for Water nodded. "We stood in his house. We took his weapons." Monster Slayer said, "He struck first." Changing Woman closed her eyes briefly, then opened them again. "You walk a path that moves forward," she said. "That path will carry you through many places. People will call you when monsters appear." Monster Slayer smiled faintly. "We will answer." Born for Water said, "We keep moving." Changing Woman reached out and took their hands. "Then walk carefully," she said, "and come back when you can." The firelight flickered across their faces. The village breathed in its sleep. Beyond the circle of houses, the dark hills waited, full of roads that led to trouble and to work. Hello there. Tonight we are looking at Baltic mythology. We will explore the ancient beliefs of the Lithuanian and Latvian people, specifically their focus on forests, rivers, and sacred groves. In these traditions, nature functions as a central, holy force rather than scenery. We will identify the gods who ruled the sky, the thunder, and the dead. We will also describe the specific rituals people used to honor them and the beliefs they held regarding the seasons and ancestors. As always, I'd love to know, where in the world are you listening from, and what time is it for you? Whether you're settling into bed or simply looking for a calm way to drift through the past, I'm glad you're here. Now, let's begin. The first thing that existed was water. Cold, patient water, stretching in every direction, breathing mist into the empty air as if the world already had lungs and was practicing. Above it hung a darkness so thick it felt like wool pulled over the eyes. No birds, no reeds, no shorelines. Only the endless hush of deep places, the kind that makes people lower their voices even when they have no idea why. In that hush, a thought stirred, then another. Then an old presence straightened its back and looked around as if it had simply been waiting for the right moment to arrive. Dievas opened his eyes. Dievas did not announce himself with trumpets. He did not need to. His name carried weight the way a stone carries weight, quietly, without argument. He stood above the waters, and the waters accepted him. He breathed out, and the air learned movement. He lifted a hand, and the darkness thinned enough to show its own texture. It had grain, it had depth, it had corners where secrets could gather later. He looked down into the water and saw his own face reflected there, older than anything and already tired of staring at nothing. So he decided the world would have something to look at. He scooped a handful of light and flung it upward. It scattered, and where it landed, it stayed. Stars fixed themselves in place like nails hammered into a roof. Some shone boldly, some hid shyly behind the mist. All of them held. A world needs more than lights on a ceiling. A world needs ground. Ground is a tricky thing when the only thing beneath your feet is water that has never heard the word beneath. Divas considered his hands, and then he called for help. He did not call an angel or a choir. He called someone who understood mud and hunger and the pleasure of a good trick. Velnius surfaced like a thought you did not mean to have. He rose from the water with a grin and water streaming off him, with eyes that kept their own counsel. People later described him with horns and hooves and all the obvious decorations, because human beings, like their dangers, dressed clearly. In the beginning, he had fewer ornaments. He had cleverness. He had appetite. He had a curiosity sharp enough to cut. Dievas spoke first. Velnius listened with the kind of patience a fox uses when the henhouse door is left open. Dievas told him the world needed land. Velnius laughed once, low and pleased, and agreed as if this was all a game he already expected to win. So Dievas pointed down into the black water and told him to dive, to bring up what lay hidden beneath. Velnius inhaled and disappeared. The surface closed over him. The mist folded itself like a curtain. Time passed. It is hard to measure time in a place that has no mornings, so the story measures it with waiting. Dievas waited. The stars waited. The water waited. Then Velnius burst up again, sputtering and triumphant, spitting out clods of dark earth, as if he had stolen them from a miser. He held a mouthful too, cheeks swollen, eyes bright with secret satisfaction. Dievas took the earth that Velnius offered and scattered it over the water. Where it fell, it floated, it gathered. It clung to itself with the stubbornness of clay. Small islands formed first, like stepping stones for a god who disliked getting his feet wet. Dievas pressed them with his palm and they widened. He breathed on them and they dried at the edges. He placed them carefully, dotting the waters, setting the first coastline in place with a craftsman's calm. Then he noticed the hills. They rose where no hills had been planned. There were lumps and ridges and stony spines, sudden as knuckles under skin. Dievas narrowed his eyes and looked at Velnius. Velnius smiled with his mouth still full. Velnius had kept some of the earth for himself. It bulged behind his teeth. It tasted like ownership. He planned to hide it away, to spit it out later into his own private corners, to make places where sunlight would struggle and people would lose their way. Dievas's gaze held him. The kind of gaze that makes even the boldest trickster swallow hard. Velnius choked. He coughed. He spat. The stolen earth flew out in ugly chunks, and where it landed it made mountains. It made boulder fields. It made the crooked spines of hills that break a straight road into a wandering one. Some of it fell back into the water and sank, and those places became bogs, thick and hungry, where a man can step forward and never step out again. Velnius wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, looking offended, as if he had been robbed. Dievas said nothing. The world now had roughness. The world now had traps. The world now had character, the sort that makes stories possible. Land alone is only a promise. Dievas wanted life to keep its promises. He crouched and pressed his fingers into the fresh soil. He drew long lines with his nails, and they filled with water. Rivers learned how to run. He cupped his hands and poured, and lakes formed, calm and watchful. He pushed his palms into the ground and lifted, and in the lifted places the earth rose to meet the sky. He set stones down like teeth so the land could bite back at the sea. He liked balance. He liked the idea that the world could offer bread and also demand respect for every crumb. Velnius watched all of this with a look that suggested approval and also plans. In some tellings, he could not resist adding his own touches. He dragged a tail through the wet clay and left gullies and ravines. He threw stones into the rivers just to see the water argue around them. He laughed when the first whirlpools formed. The laugh stayed. Even now, when a stream gurgles where it should have been silent, people remember Velnius's amusement. Dievas then planted the great tree. He planted it the way a man plants a staff, firmly, as if he expected it to hold him up. The oak took root at once. Its roots dove down into the dark, wet places. Its trunk thickened, its branches climbed, leaves unfurled like 1,000 small green tongues tasting the air. It grew so fast the sound of it was like fabric tearing, like bones stretching, like the world making room for itself. It stood at the center of things, a spine for the new earth, a ladder for whatever would someday want to travel. Birds did not yet exist, yet the oak already felt like it had always belonged. Dievas laid a hand on its bark, and the bark warmed under his palm. He glanced at Velnius, perhaps thinking of how this tree would drive roots into the places Velnius loved most. Velnius shrugged as if to say that even trees had to learn to mind their own business. Light came next, because life needs an audience. Dievas lifted a bright ember of his own making and shaped it with careful hands until it became a disk of gold. He set it in the sky, and it flared, bold and immediate. Sal woke, and her waking was dawn. She did not drift into the world. She arrived. Her face filled the heavens, and her glance touched the damp earth until it began to steam. Where her gaze fell, mist lifted and revealed shape. The new rivers shone. The new hills cast shadows. The bogs glistened like dark eyes. Saul rolled her shoulders as if she had just put on a magnificent cloak. She looked down and smiled, and that smile told the world it could start doing things. Saul needed a path. Dievas gave her a chariot, bright as fresh metal, and horses that snorted sparks. Each morning she climbed in and drove across the sky. Each evening she reached the western edge and dipped down, disappearing beyond sight. People later argued about where she went. Some said she sailed under the world in a boat of copper. Some said she walked beneath the earth through a hidden road, with shoes made of amber so the underworld could not claim her. Some said she rested in the branches of the great oak, hanging her belt on the highest limb like a woman coming home after a long day. The stories differ because the sun looks different depending on whether you stand on a hill or in a marsh, whether you are warm or hungry, whether you are in love or grieving. Still, Sal returned. Every time. She carried her own faithfulness in her hands, and the world depended on it. Night required its own ruler, because darkness also has duties. Dievas shaped a silver disk and set it in the sky opposite the sun. Menulis rose, cool and watchful, with a gaze that did not warm the skin yet still pulled at blood and water. He made the sea breathe higher on some nights and lower on others. He made wolves lift their heads and think complicated thoughts. He made lovers speak more softly. He made thieves more confident. Under Menulis, things hidden in daytime learned boldness. Velnius liked that. Velnius tilted his head at the moon and grinned. as if he had found an ally. The moon did not grin back. The moon rarely shows teeth. It simply watches and moves. Dievas filled the sky with smaller lights to keep Menulus company and to keep the night from swallowing everything too easily. The morning star flashed like a blade. The evening star glimmered like a promise. Constellations took shape slowly, as if the stars enjoyed taking their time choosing what they wanted to resemble. Hunters looked up and saw tools. Mothers saw cradles. Old men saw roads. Children saw monsters. The stars accepted every interpretation, which is another way of saying the stars did not care. They were placed there to endure. Then Dievas turned his attention back to the earth. Light and land meant little without breath. He walked across the fresh ground, and wherever his foot touched, grass pushed up like green hair through skin. He stretched out his hand and forests rose. Pine trees climbed straight and proud. Birches flickered pale in the sunlight like bones turned to wood. Alders gathered by rivers. Oaks stood as if they had been waiting for a proper family to join them. In the wet places, reeds hissed secrets. In the dry places, wildflowers shook their heads in the wind as if they had heard something ridiculous. The earth filled with scent, resin, damp soil, flowers sharp as honey. The world began to smell alive, and that was a powerful change. Even Velnius paused to inhale, as if he wanted to taste the world before humans arrived to ruin it with smoke and sour beer. Animals came as the forests thickened. The first bear lumbered out of a shadow and shook itself, sending leaves flying. A wolf followed, lean and focused, already thinking in packs. Deer stepped lightly through the undergrowth, ears twitching. Birds at last took to the sky and claimed the branches of the great oak for themselves, squabbling and singing as if they had always owned it. The stork arrived with long legs and an expression of patient superiority, the sort of creature that looks like it has opinions about family life. The swan glided on lakes with a quiet dignity that made people later decide it belonged in stories about lovers. Fish filled rivers. Eels wriggled in muddy pools like living ropes. Every creature carried its own small myth in its body. People later learned to read them. Even so, the world still felt empty in the way a house feels empty before anyone has laughed in it. Dievas understood this. He understood that stones and trees and animals make a fine landscape, and landscapes still need witnesses. He gathered clay from the riverbank, the good sticky clay that holds the shape of a thumbprint. He rolled it between his palms and shaped it into a figure. Arms, legs, a spine, a head tilted upward as if it already wanted to look at the sky. He breathed into it. The clay took in the breath and became warm. The figure blinked and saw Saul shining down. The first person stood up, shaky and astonished, and immediately felt hunger because life arrives with demands. Dievas made more. He made them in pairs and in clusters because loneliness drives people to strange acts. He made them with different faces and voices because variety makes gossip possible. He set them near water because thirst is a cruel teacher. He watched them learn fire by imitating lightning and by stealing sparks from the branches after storms. He watched them burn their fingers and swear and laugh. He watched them learn to build shelters with branches, then with logs, then with the confidence of creatures who believe they will live long enough to need a roof that lasts. He listened to their first songs. The songs sounded like wind and worry and joy. Their language grew around them like moss on stone, soft at first, then thicker, then hard to scrape away. Velnius watched them too, and his gaze lingered longer than Dievas's did. Dievas could afford to look away. Velnius could not. Humans were entertaining. Humans were breakable. Humans wanted things with an intensity that made them easy to steer. Velnius crouched at the edge of the firelight and listened to their stories before they even knew they were telling stories. He learned their fears. He learned their weaknesses. He learned their hunger for luck, their hunger for answers, their hunger for shortcuts. He smiled at the way they jumped when an owl hooted. He smiled at the way they argued over whether the shadows moved on their own. He made a quiet promise to himself. He would always have a place in their world. He would always have a corner of their minds. Dievas remained above, distant and steady, like the sky itself. People would call him father, and fathers often receive the kind of respect that comes with absence. They would pray to him when they wanted order. They would thank him after the harvest when bread filled the house. They would curse him in winter when the cold sharpened its teeth. Dievas would hear all of it the way the sky hears, shouting, calmly, without flinching. He had done his part. He had set the world in motion. He had placed Saul on her road. He had given Menelaus his slow power. He had planted the oak that joined every height to every depth. He had allowed roughness to exist, because a smooth world gives nothing to the hands. He had let Velnius spit out mountains, because hills make good hiding places and good lookout points, and both matter. The first dusk settled. Saul reached the edge of her path and lowered herself into the west, leaving behind a red smear like fresh blood on the horizon. The air cooled. Shadows lengthened. Menelaus lifted his pale face. Wolves began to sing their thin, wild songs. Humans huddled near their fires, inventing courage one breath at a time. Somewhere in the marsh, a frog croaked, and its small sound seemed to fill the whole world, because the world was still young and every noise mattered. Velnius moved through the reeds without a splash, enjoying the new darkness. Dievas watched from above, silent as the stars he had set in place. The world had begun. It would keep beginning every morning, as long as Saul drove her chariot, and as long as people opened their eyes and felt the familiar shiver of being alive. A storm came in from the west at midday. Low clouds covered the sun and turned the fields dim. Wind bent the birches until their branches scraped and rattled. Rain hit the thatched roofs in hard sheets. Smoke from cooking fires drifted sideways and thinned. People pulled doors shut, dragged livestock closer to barns, and stacked extra wood by the hearth. A dog ran under a cart and stayed there. Then lightning flashed above the tree line, bright enough to show every wet leaf for an instant. Thunder followed and rolled across the hills in a long, heavy sound that kept going after the light vanished. Perkunas arrived with that thunder. People described him as a broad man with a red beard and a weapon in his hand, a hammer in some songs, an axe in others. They said he rode above the forests in a wheeled cart that shook the air with every turn. When he passed, lightning appeared in sharp, crooked lines and struck the ground. Trees split, stones cracked. Fires started in dry grass after the rain eased. In the middle of the downpour, a bolt hit an oak at the edge of a clearing and tore a strip of bark down the trunk. Splinters flew outward. The smell of fresh wood and smoke mixed with wet earth. A farmer crossed himself with trembling fingers and spoke the thunder god's name under his breath, because he wanted the storm to pass without taking his house. Perkunas moved in straight lines. He searched for Velnias during storms, and people linked each bolt to that hunt. A flash in the far marsh meant Perkunas had seen movement among the reeds. A strike on the hill meant Velnius had climbed too high. When thunder sounded close enough to shake the roof beams, mothers pulled children against their chests and told them to stay quiet. Their words stayed simple. They said Perkunas worked. They said the thunder meant danger and order at the same time. They said the devil hid in hollow trees and under stones, and the thunder god broke those hiding places open. In the morning after the storm, people walked to the edge of the field and looked at the scorched patch where lightning had struck. They found a split stump or a burnt stone. They touched the blackened surface and pulled their hands away fast. They spoke softly. They left a small piece of bread there, or a few grains, because they wanted Perkunas to keep passing over their land and to keep looking elsewhere when his temper rose. Divas remained above all this, distant and steady in the songs. People spoke his name with a different voice than they used for Perkunas. They used Perkunas when the roof shook and the air flashed white. They used Dievas when they stood in a field at sunrise and checked the soil with a thumb. They used Dievas when they counted their children and their livestock. They used Dievas when they wanted the world to stay in its proper shape. The old stories placed Dievas high in the sky. They gave him a long coat and pale hair. They placed him on a road of light that crossed the night sky, a road people pointed at on clear evenings when the stars appeared thick and bright. They said he walked that road slowly, with a staff in his hand. They said he watched. They said he spoke rarely. They said his sons carried out his work with more noise. Perkunas served as the loudest of those sons, the one who made himself known with heat and light and the smell of struck stone. A storm ended near evening. Rain thinned into a cold drizzle and then stopped. Clouds broke apart in patches. Sol showed again, low and bright, and her light fell on puddles and turned them to sheets of gold. Water ran from roof edges. The air smelled of crushed leaves and wet hay. People stepped outside and looked up, checking the sky as if the storm might change its mind. A child ran barefoot through the mud and laughed. A man pushed a cartwheel that had sunk into the ground and swore when it refused to move. A woman carried a bucket to the well and watched the water ripple as her rope pulled it up. Life went on because life always went on. Still, the storm left marks. A branch lay snapped on the path. A fence leaned. A chicken moved in tight circles as if it had forgotten where the coop stood. Every mark reminded people of Perkunas, and every reminder asked for respect. They respected him in ways they could manage. They kept oak wood for special fires. They treated certain old oaks as sacred and avoided cutting them. They chose clearings near those trees for offerings during festivals. They poured beer onto the ground. They burned bits of fat and watched the smoke rise in straight lines if the air stayed calm. They placed stones in small piles at the edge of a field, and they spoke names over those stones. Some men struck 2 stones together to make sparks and let the sparks fall into dry tinder. They watched the flame catch, and they said Perkunas had given them fire. In villages, older people warned children against whistling indoors during storms. They said that sound drew attention. They said attention brought lightning. They said the thunder god disliked foolishness. People carried these rules in their bodies the way they carried the memory of a sharp slap. Sol traveled each day in full view of everyone. People watched her rise and cross the sky. They watched her light stretch across the fields and slide into the forest. They watched her reach the west and sink down. In the stories, she rode a chariot with bright horses. The wheels shone. The horses ran without slowing. She held reins in her hands and kept her posture straight. At dawn, she appeared on the eastern edge of the world, and her light pushed shadows back under trees and into hollows. Frost on grass melted. Birds began calling. Smoke rose straight from chimneys again when the wind eased. At midday, her light stood high and hard, and people worked faster to finish tasks before evening. At sunset, her chariot lowered and touched the water in the west. The water reflected her light in long streaks. Then she disappeared from sight. The songs gave Saul a household. They gave her daughters and servants. In Latvian singing, Dieva daily rode with her or followed behind her. They appeared as young men in clean clothes, sometimes with swords, sometimes with bridles, sometimes holding a boat oar. They moved across the sky and looked down at the earth. In some verses, Saul washed her face in the sea at dusk, and the sons of Dives waited for her at the shore. They held out a towel and a comb. They helped her climb back into her chariot for the next day. People spoke these lines while working. Women sang them while weaving and while washing clothes in cold river water. Men sang them while cutting hay and while mending nets. The words stayed close to daily work because daily work matched the sun's schedule. Menelaus rose after Saul left. His light came in a cooler color and fell across the ground in a thin sheen. Water shone. Frost appeared earlier under his light. Faces looked pale. Shadows sharpened. Under his light, a person could walk a path and still see stones and roots, and that mattered in a forest where a fall could break a leg and end a life. People counted time by him. They watched his shape grow and shrink. They linked the full moon to certain tasks. They chose nights for travel and nights for staying close to home. They watched dogs bark at empty corners of a yard, and they blamed that behavior on the moon. They watched wolves appear at the edge of a clearing and stand still with heads raised, and they remembered the same pale light in a wolf's eyes. The old tales placed Saul and Menelaus in a marriage. The marriage began with a wedding that filled the sky. Saul wore bright clothing. Menelaus appeared with silver on his hands and a fine belt around his waist. Stars gathered close. People later said the morning star appeared as a guest, or Seklis in Latvian songs, or Shrinia in Lithuanian, bright and sharp in the east before sunrise. The wedding lasted a single evening in the stories, because stories keep moving. Saul and Menelaus lived together for a time. Days followed nights with a steady pattern. Seasons turned. Fields ripened. Then the marriage broke. Menelaus saw Oshrinia and followed her. In some songs, he met her near the edge of the sky just before dawn. In others, he met her near water. Oshrinia appeared bright and quick. She kept moving. Menelaus pursued her. Saul found out. The stories showed her standing in her chariot at dawn, holding the reins with tight hands, watching her husband move away from her path. She did not cry in the old lines. She showed anger in her posture and in the words she used. The situation pulled Perkunas into the conflict because Perkunas enforced rules. Perkunas disliked broken oaths. He disliked disorder between sky powers because disorder in the sky spilled down into the fields. One night, a storm formed without rain. Lightning flashed across the dark sky in long lines. Thunder sounded and repeated. Menelaus hung above the trees, bright and round, and his light fell on the tops of pines. Perkunas drove his cart overhead. He raised his weapon. In the stories, he struck the moon. After that strike, people looked up and saw the moon's shape change. A dark cut appeared along one side. The full disk did not return immediately. Nights passed. The moon grew again, and then Perkunas struck again. People used this pattern to explain the moon's phases. The story gave a reason with faces and action. It gave a punishment with a visible result. It gave Saul a form of justice without giving her a simple reunion. Saul continued her travel. She rose each morning. She crossed the sky. She sank each evening. She carried heat into late spring and early summer. She carried weak light into winter, and people watched her path stay low and short then. They built their lives around those changes. They stored grain and smoked fish. They cut wood. They repaired roofs. They chose spouses and held weddings during seasons with long days because work and celebration fit better then. During dark months, people stayed closer together. They told stories. They sang. They listened for wolves beyond the village. They watched the moon through cracks in shutters. They watched the stars. Dieva daily appeared again and again in those songs, often near water. In one set of verses, Saul crossed the sea at evening and sank too far. Her chariot slipped. Her horses struggled. The water reached up to the axle. Dieva daily rowed to the shore. They carried a boat and pushed it into the water. They rowed out. They lifted Saul back into the chariot. They brought her to land. The action stayed direct. People liked this image because it showed help arriving in time. It also placed the sea as a border that could swallow even the sun, and that felt familiar to anyone who had watched a storm drive waves hard against rocks. The sea had its own powers in Baltic belief, and people spoke of Mother Sea in Latvian songs. They described her as a woman who lived under the water, with long hair and heavy clothing. They described her hands closing around ships. They described her giving fish and taking lives. Fishermen went out anyway because their children needed food. They kept small rituals. They threw a first fish back into the water sometimes. They spoke a name over it. They watched the water's surface and judged whether it looked calm enough. They knew calm water could change fast. They carried that knowledge into every story of Saul sinking and rising again. Perkunas also held a place in daily lore. People blamed him for lightning. They credited him for rain. They also linked him to judgment. When a person stole from neighbors, elders sometimes spoke of Perkunas as a witness. When a person lied in a public meeting, someone might glance at the clouds and tighten his mouth. The fear of thunder served as a leash on behavior. It worked because it felt immediate. Anyone could hear thunder. Anyone could watch lightning strike a tree and split it. Anyone could smell smoke and see a fire start. People did not need priests or books to understand that. They only needed to stand outside during a storm and watch. Velnia stayed present even in this chapter of sky powers because he moved where people moved. He appeared in old tales as a figure who offered bargains. He offered a quick way to gain money or cattle. He offered a way to win a court case. He offered a way to heal a sick child. He asked for payment. He asked for a soul or a promise or a piece of a person's future. People told stories where a clever farmer tricked him, where a priest drove him off, where Perkunas chased him into a bog. People listened and laughed because laughter served as another leash. A person who laughed at the devil felt braver for a moment. Bravery helped on nights when wolves called close and the moon shone bright enough to show a shadow moving between trees. As the years passed in the telling, the sky remained busy. Storms crossed the land. Thunder sounded. Lightning flashed. Saul crossed overhead in her daily route. Menulus rose and changed shape. Stars appeared and vanished behind clouds. People watched and worked. They gathered hay. They hunted. They buried their dead. They named children after bright powers, after the sun, after thunder, after stars. They carried amulets carved from wood or bone. They kept pieces of amber from beaches and wore them on strings because amber caught light and looked warm against skin. They placed carved signs on doors. They respected old oaks. They moved carefully around sacred groves. They carried these habits across generations because habits kept a village alive. On a clear night after harvest, a group of men sat on a bench outside a house and drank. The air stayed cold. Their breath showed when they spoke. The moon hung above the trees in a bright half shape. Stars filled the gaps between branches. One man lifted his cup and pointed. He traced the moon's curve with a finger and said Perkunas had cut him again. Another man spat into the grass and said Manulus never learned. A third man laughed and said Saul still drove her chariot at dawn, and that fact mattered more than a husband's behavior. Their laughter sounded rough. They drank. A dog barked once and stopped. Far off, a wolf answered. The men fell quiet for a moment. Then they talked again, because speech pushes fear back a little. Lightning struck the edge of a pine stand and split the trunk from crown to roots. Bark flew in strips. Resin ran down the fresh wound. A sound followed that made the roof beams tremble. In the yard of a small farmstead, a man stopped mid-step with a bucket in his hand. The water inside sloshed over the rim and ran down his wrist. A cow in the byre kicked once against the wall. Chickens pressed into the corner of their coop. A child held a wool blanket up to his face and watched through a gap, eyes wide, breathing fast. The man set the bucket down and walked to the doorway, because he wanted to see where the next strike would land. He saw cloud cover moving low and fast. He saw rain coming in sheets. He saw the pale flash of another bolt, far off over the marsh. He spoke one word, short and careful: Perkunas. The storm moved over the fields and into the forest. Thunder followed in repeated bursts, close enough to make the ground vibrate underfoot. A thin stream on the edge of the woods rose fast and ran brown. Leaves and small branches floated along the current. A deer broke from cover and ran across a clearing, head low, legs slipping in mud. In the village, people shut shutters, tied doors, and put extra logs close to the hearth. One woman pushed a bench against a wall that had a crack from last winter's frost. Another woman pulled a pot from the fire and covered it, because she did not want sparks to leap out if the wind shifted. An old man with a crooked back walked from house to house with slow steps and told people to keep away from large oaks until the storm passed. He carried a small cloth pouch at his belt. Inside were bits of dried herb and a smooth stone with a burn mark. He showed the stone to a boy and told him it came from a lightning strike. The boy reached out, then pulled his hand back when the old man raised his eyebrows. The old man did not smile. The boy stayed quiet. In a wet hollow beyond the village, Velnius stood beside a pool with reeds around it. Rain ran off his shoulders and down his arms. His hair clung to his head. He crouched and held out a hand, palm up, and watched water collect in the lines of his skin. A black cow stood near him, head lowered, rope trailing in the mud behind her. The cow's flank rose and fell with fast breaths. Velnius reached for the rope and wrapped it around his fist. He looked toward the village lights that glowed faintly through rain. He moved his mouth as if tasting the air, then pulled the cow forward. His feet sank into mud and came out with a sucking sound. The cow resisted for a moment, then stumbled, and Velnius tugged again. He did not hurry. He had time. He had patience. He had taken cattle before. He had taken horses too. People found the tracks in the morning, and they found the torn rope ends, and they blamed wolves if they wanted to sleep again. They blamed Velnias if they wanted to stay awake. A bolt struck closer. Light flashed against the wet reeds and turned each drop on each stalk into a bright point. Thunder came almost at once. Velnius lifted his chin and looked up. Another flash. Another crack. Velnius tightened his grip on the rope and stepped backward into the reeds, pulling the cow after him. The cow's hooves sank. The cow snorted and shook her head. Velnius gave a short laugh and kept pulling. He moved deeper into the wet ground, where a person could lose a boot with one careless step. He knew every hummock and every hidden pool. He chose his path by memory. He heard the storm coming nearer. He heard the sound of something moving high above, and he turned his head as if he had heard a cartwheel roll on stone. He lowered himself into a crouch and pushed the cow's head down with one hand to keep it quiet. The cow resisted, then yielded, shaking with fear. Perkunas arrived above the marsh in a burst of light. The flash lit the entire hollow for an instant. In that instant, the reeds threw thin shadows across the mud. The pool's surface showed a hard white glare. Velnius's face showed clear, teeth bared, eyes wide. Then darkness returned, and thunder hit like a blow. A second bolt struck the edge of the hollow. A tree cracked. A limb fell. Water leapt in a spray where the bolt hit near the pool. Velnius jerked back. He let go of the cow's head and dragged the rope hard, pulling the animal deeper into cover. His foot slipped, and his knee hit the mud. He swore and pushed himself upright. He moved faster now. The cow stumbled and almost fell, then found footing again. Velnius kept going, hunched low. Rain ran into his eyes. He blinked hard and wiped his face with the back of his wrist. A flash lit the reeds again. Perkunas's cart appeared above the hollow for a moment. Wheels visible, body visible, weapon raised. The next thunderclap came with a second flash, and the bolt landed close enough to throw clumps of mud into the air. Velnius flinched and threw his arm up over his head. The cow bellowed and lurched sideways. The rope snapped tight. Velnius yanked and dragged her back, teeth clenched. He looked for cover. He saw an old oak at the edge of the marsh, trunk wide, roots raised like knuckles from the ground. He chose it without thinking. He pulled the cow toward the oak and pressed her against the trunk, using the tree as a shield. The cow trembled. Velnius pressed his shoulder to the bark and listened for the next strike. Lightning hit the oak. The bolt cut down the trunk in a bright line. Bark burst outward. Wood splintered. A smell rose that stung the nose. The cow screamed and twisted away, rope sliding through Velnius's wet hands. Velnius shouted and grabbed again. His fingers closed on the rope, and the rope burned his palm as the cow jerked. The tree split along a deep crack. A section of trunk tore loose and fell into the mud with a heavy thud. Velnius threw himself sideways to avoid it. The cow broke free and ran, rope trailing behind. Velnius landed in the mud on his side. He rolled and pushed up. Rain poured down his face. He looked toward the fleeing cow and made a choking sound of anger. Then another flash hit close, and he stopped chasing. He turned and ran in the opposite direction, deeper into the reeds and toward a line of low hills. The chase carried on for hours. Rain eased, then returned. The cloud cover shifted and left brief gaps where the moon showed as a pale curve. Lightning flashes lit the woods again and again. Pacunas struck trees, rocks, and patches of open ground. Each strike left a scorched mark and a smell that lingered after the light vanished. Velnius ran through narrow deer paths, slipped under low branches, and pushed through thickets that tore at his clothes and skin. He left scratches on his arms. He did not stop to wipe blood away. He kept moving. He heard thunder overhead. He heard the cart wheels again and again. He guessed the direction by sound and by the timing between flash and strike. He altered his course when the strikes came too close. He climbed a slope with wet grass and loose stones. His foot slid, and he caught himself on a birch trunk. He shoved off and kept climbing. At the top of the slope, Velnius reached a patch of high ground with scattered boulders and short pines. Wind hit harder there. It pushed rain sideways. Velnius bent forward and put his hands on his knees, breathing hard. He looked back toward the forest. A bolt struck low in the trees. Another strike followed near a stream. The flashes showed brief shapes, trunks and branches, water spray, leaf clusters. Velnius spat and straightened. He moved toward a boulder large enough to shelter him. He pressed his back against the stone and turned his head to listen. Another flash lit the hilltop. The sound came at once. Pacunas had closed the distance. Velnius took a handful of wet soil and smeared it across his face and hands. He crouched lower behind the boulder. He pulled his knees to his chest and held still. Wind carried the smell of smoke from somewhere down slope, where a strike had set dry needles burning under a pine. The fire was small, and rain kept it from spreading fast, yet it gave off a sharp smell. Velnius watched the edge of the boulder and waited. Lightning flashed again. In that flash, he saw Pacunas above him, standing with feet planted wide, weapon raised, hair and beard wet, eyes fixed on the hilltop as if searching for a moving shape. The next strike hit the ground nearby and threw dirt into the air. Velnius ducked his head and covered his ears. The thunderclap hit hard, and the sound made his jaw tighten. Pacunas stepped forward and planted one boot on a rock. He scanned the hilltop. He turned his head slowly from left to right. He took 2 steps and stopped. He raised his weapon again. Velnius stayed still behind the boulder and kept his breathing shallow. Rain ran down his nose and dripped from his chin into the mud. He held his mouth closed. A pine branch snapped in the wind. Pacunas turned toward the sound and moved that direction. Velnius waited until Pacunas's back faced him. Then he slid sideways on his belly and pushed himself around the far side of the boulder. He stayed low and crawled toward a cluster of rocks. His hands pressed into wet grass. His elbows soaked through. He moved slowly, keeping his body close to the ground. Lightning flashed. Pacunas turned back toward the boulder. In that brief light, Pacunas saw a dark shape moving low on the hilltop. He raised his weapon and swung his arm. A bolt came down in a jagged line and struck one of the rocks beside Velnius. The rock cracked and split. Sharp fragments flew. One fragment cut Velnius across the cheek. Blood ran down into the mud. Velnius made a short sound through clenched teeth and sprang up. He ran full speed toward the edge of the hill, feet slipping on wet grass. Pacunas followed at once. Another bolt struck in front of Velnius and ripped up a strip of ground. Velnius jumped it. His foot caught the edge and he stumbled, then recovered. He reached the slope down and threw himself into a run that turned into a slide. Mud coated his legs. Stones jabbed his shins. He kept going. Down in the forest, the rain thinned. The air still held moisture. Leaves dripped. Velnius ran between trunks with no pauses. He headed toward a creek where the ground dropped into a narrow channel. He reached it and leapt, landing on the far bank with a slip and a hard impact. He grabbed a sapling and used it to pull himself upright. Behind him, lightning flashed again and struck the hilltop. Thunder followed. The flash showed Perkunus at the edge of the slope, weapon raised, shoulders squared. Velnius did not look again. He ran along the creek bed where the bank rose on either side, giving him partial cover. Water ran fast in the shallow channel. He splashed through it and sent droplets in a spray. The creek turned and wound through the trees. Velnius followed every bend. He hoped the water and the trees would break the line of sight. A strike hit the creek bank behind him and collapsed a section of earth into the water. Mud and roots slid down. The creek choked and swirled, and water rose around the new debris. Velnius ran faster. He reached a place where the creek passed under a fallen tree. The trunk lay across the channel, thick and slick. Velnius ducked under it, water up to his thighs, and felt bark scrape his back. He came out the other side and kept moving. His breathing came in harsh bursts. His legs began to burn. His hands shook from strain. He still ran. People in the villages heard the storm and tried to read it. An old woman sat near her hearth and listened to the timing of thunderclaps. She counted on her fingers. She decided the chase had moved toward the northern bogs. She told her daughter to keep the door shut and to keep a bowl of water ready in case lightning started a fire in the roof. The daughter nodded and fed another log to the fire. A man in another house drank and listened. He said Velnius had stolen another cow again. His brother told him to keep his voice down. The man snorted and drank again. A child in that house asked what Velnius looked like. The brother told the child to stop asking questions. The child kept asking. The brother described horns, a tail, and hooves, because those details helped a child draw a clear picture. The child pictured it and pressed closer to the fire. In the morning, the storm ended. Clouds broke apart. Sol rose and shone on wet fields. Puddles reflected the sky. Smoke rose from chimneys again. People stepped out and inspected the damage. One man found his fence down where a tree had fallen. Another man found a burnt patch near his barn where lightning had struck close. A woman found a dead crow near the road, feathers wet and stuck together. The old man with the pouch walked to the edge of the forest and found the split oak by the marsh. He touched the torn bark with a careful hand. He stepped around the scattered wood. He found black scorch marks. He found deep grooves in the mud where something had run hard through the reeds. He followed those marks for a short distance and then stopped. He did not want to follow further. He turned back toward the village and said Perkunus had passed close. People listened. They nodded. They spoke Perkunus's name again, quiet and respectful. Velnius stayed alive. He always stayed alive in the stories, because people kept finding lost cattle, cracked stones, and burnt trees. They kept hearing thunder. They kept seeing lightning. They needed an enemy for Perkunus to chase. They needed a reason for storms to strike unevenly across fields. They needed a face for the misfortune that arrived without warning. They kept the story sharp by keeping it physical. A burnt stump, a dead animal, a missing cow, a man who slipped in a bog and came out covered in black mud, shaking, eyes wide, saying he heard laughter from somewhere near the reeds. Pacunas kept returning as well. Storm after storm crossed the land through spring and summer. Thunder rolled, lightning struck, rain fell hard and then eased. The fields drank and grew. Rivers rose and then dropped. The cycle continued, and people lived inside it with the habits that kept them alive. They kept oak groves, they kept offerings, they kept rules during storms. They kept stories that placed Pacunas above, weapon raised, chasing a running figure through wet reeds and over broken ground. A fire burned on a low hill beyond the last fence of the village. Men carried armloads of oak and stacked the logs into a square frame. Women brought birch bark and dry twigs in baskets. The wood sat wet from recent rain, so they split thicker pieces and laid the pale interiors facing upward. A boy knelt and arranged shavings into a tight nest. Smoke from nearby chimneys drifted across the field and mixed with the smell of damp grass. People spoke in short phrases. They pointed, they lifted, they set things down. A dog circled the pile, sniffed, and backed away. On the ground beside the wood lay a body wrapped in linen. The cloth held tight around shoulders and feet. A rope kept it from loosening. The dead man's face stayed covered, because the family wanted the last sight to stay inside the house, not out here on a windswept hill. The oldest woman in the group stepped forward with a wooden bowl. She poured beer onto the ground in front of the pyre. The liquid darkened the soil and soaked in. She held the empty bowl in both hands for a moment. Her fingers trembled from cold and age. Then she set the bowl down and picked up a small loaf of bread. She broke it into 3 pieces and placed them on the earth. She placed a pinch of salt beside the bread. She placed a small slice of fat on top. The offerings looked ordinary. They came from a kitchen shelf. They came from a butchered pig. They came from work. That mattered. People trusted things they could touch and eat. People carried the same trust into their gods. A man with soot on his hands stepped up and struck flint against steel. Sparks fell into the shavings. He leaned close and blew. A thread of flame caught and ran along the bark. He added twigs. The fire grew with quick snaps and little pops. Smoke rolled low at first, then rose straight when the wind eased. Heat spread across the front of his face. He stood and stepped back. The others watched. A woman tightened her shawl around her shoulders. A child reached for her hand. She held his fingers hard enough to make his knuckles pale. They lifted the body and laid it on the wood. 4 men took a corner each. They moved slowly. The linen dragged across bark and caught on a knot. One man freed it with a tug. They set the wrapped figure down in the center, with the head turned toward the east. A younger woman placed a small clay cup near the chest. Another placed a knife. A third placed a comb made of bone. Someone slid a coin under the cloth near the hand. The coin made a small clink against the cup. The sound carried. People heard it and went quiet again. The oldest woman crouched and touched the ground beside the pyre with her fingertips. She pressed her fingers into the wet soil and lifted them, leaving 3 small grooves. She spoke a name in a low voice. Shemina. She spoke it as if she addressed a person standing close enough to hear. She kept her eyes on the ground while she spoke. Then she stood, wiped her fingers on her skirt, and stepped back into the group. The fire took the lower logs first. Flame ran along bark and climbed into gaps. Smoke thickened. The linen began to darken. The smell changed. The wind shifted and carried it toward the village. A man turned his head away and swallowed. Another man spat into the grass and stared at the ground with fixed eyes. A woman took a strip of cloth from her pocket and held it to her nose. Nobody stopped the fire. Nobody asked for a different ending. People came here because they had followed an old rule, and because the dead man's family demanded the rule be followed exactly. The story of Sovijas shaped that rule. People told it in houses at night, close to the hearth, after children fell asleep and after the last chores ended. They told it as a plain sequence of events, with practical details, because practical details kept a person listening. Sovijas lived as a man among men. He hunted, he ate meat, he cut with his own knife. He walked in forest shade and stepped over fallen trunks. One day he went out and took a wild boar. The boar ran through brush and into a clearing. Sovijas followed and drove his spear into the animal's side. The boar squealed. Blood ran onto leaves. Sovijas put his weight on the spear and held the boar until it stopped moving. He knelt, cut the belly open, and cleaned the animal. His hands grew slick with blood. He wiped them on grass. He carried meat home. Soon after, Sovijas died. Death arrived the way it arrives for everyone. His breathing stopped. His skin cooled. His mouth fell open. His family washed him and laid him on a bench inside the house. They covered mirrors and closed shutters. They placed candles nearby. They called neighbors to help, because one house rarely handled a death alone. His sons stood near the bench. They stared at their father's face. They blinked and kept blinking. Their eyes looked red. They buried him in the earth. They carried him out and dug a pit. They lowered him down. They filled the hole with soil and stamped it flat. They placed a stone at the head. They went home and ate little. They lay down and slept in broken pieces. Sovijas returned in the night. He came to his sons while they slept. He stood at the foot of the bench with dirt on his clothes and soil in the creases of his hands. He looked at them and spoke. He said the earth pressed hard on his body. He said worms crawled over his skin. He said the cold entered his bones. His sons sat up with sweat on their faces. They rubbed their eyes. They saw him and froze. Sovijas held his hands out. Soil fell from his fingers onto the floor. He spoke again and told them to change the burial. They listened. They rose at dawn. They dug him up. They carried the body out again. This time they placed him in a hollow tree, in a place where the trunk had split and formed a natural cavity. They covered the opening with bark and moss. They went home again and waited. Sovijas returned again. He stood in the same place. Bark clung to his shoulders. Small insects moved in his hair. He said the wood held dampness. He said the cold stayed. He said the insects bit him. His sons stared at him with wide eyes and empty mouths. Sovijas spoke with a flat voice. He told them to try fire. They built a pyre like the one on the hill. They gathered oak. They stacked it. They placed their father on the wood. They lit it. Flame took the logs. Heat rose. Smoke rolled into the sky. The body burned. Ash fell. Bones cracked. When the fire died down, they raked the remains into a clay urn. They placed the urn in the ground or on a shelf, depending on local custom. Then they went home. Sovijas returned a third time. He stood in the doorway and looked different. His clothes looked clean. His face looked calm. He told his sons he had found rest. He told them the fire had warmed him. He told them the fire had carried him to a better place. He spoke with an even voice. His sons sat still and listened. They wanted to ask questions, yet their tongues stuck to the roofs of their mouths. Savijas turned away and walked out through the door. He did not return in the same way again. After that, people spoke of Savijas as a guide for the dead. They said he knew the way. They said he moved between houses and graves. They said he recognized each soul by voice, because he had once been human and had once sat by a fire with others. The story also spoke of gates. It said, Savijas traveled through the underworld and came upon 8 gates. Each gate stood closed. Each gate carried a guard. Savijas tried to pass. He pushed and pulled. He called. He waited. He made it through one, then another. The story counted the gates because numbers gave structure to fear. At the 9th gate he called for help. One of his sons came and opened it for him. Savijas stepped through and entered deeper ground. People described that underworld in physical places they knew. They spoke of low caves where water dripped from stone. They spoke of narrow tunnels where a man had to turn his shoulders sideways. They spoke of pits where roots hung down like ropes. They spoke of damp air that made a torch burn low and smoky. They spoke of insects and the sound of running water. They spoke of mud that clung to boots and made each step heavy. They spoke of the smell of wet stone and rot. When a person lived near bogs and forests, those details felt more believable than gold halls and marble stairs. Velnius ruled much of that underground in the stories. People imagined him in different forms. Some pictured a man with a broad back and heavy arms, wearing dark clothes that stayed damp. Some pictured horns and hooves. Some pictured a creature with a blunt face, thick lips, and eyes that watched without blinking. All versions shared the same habits. Velnius hid. Velnius listened. Velnius waited for someone to step wrong. He lived under stones and inside hollow trunks. He moved through marsh fog and appeared on paths at night. He approached travelers who carried sacks of grain or a pouch of coins. He offered a bargain in a friendly voice. He held out a hand. He asked for a promise. A man once walked home late after a market day. He carried a sack of salt and a bundle of cloth. The road ran through trees. The moon gave enough light to see the pale trunks of birches. The man heard a sound behind him, a footstep in the leaf litter. He stopped. The sound stopped. He turned and saw a figure standing at the edge of the path. The figure wore a cap, pulled low. The man tightened his grip on the sack. The figure raised a hand and spoke in a calm voice, offering to carry the sack for a time. The man looked at the figure's boots. They looked clean. The road ran wet and muddy. The man stepped back. He spoke a short refusal. He kept moving. He heard the footstep again, closer this time. He reached into his pocket and held an iron nail in his fist. The nail bit his skin. He kept walking until the trees opened and he saw the first fence of his village. He stepped through the gate and looked back. The path stood empty. People told that sort of story without decoration. The story fit their lives. It matched their roads. It matched the way fear arrived in a forest at night. It also matched the way a person took comfort in a small piece of iron pressed into a palm. The gods in this chapter lived in earth and under earth, and people met them through soil, graves, fire, and the dark spaces between trees. A funeral pyre burned. Ash fell, an urn cooled. A table stood set for unseen guests. A door stayed unlatched for a time. A man carried an iron nail and reached home with sweat on his back. A woman screamed once, loud enough to wake the dog. Then she screamed again, shorter this time, with her hands gripping the edge of a bench. The room smelled of sweat, boiled water, and wet wool drying near the hearth. A midwife knelt between the woman's knees and kept her sleeves rolled up. Her hands moved with steady practice. She wiped the woman's brow with a cloth and spoke short instructions. An older sister stood near the door with a bucket and a towel. She watched the midwife's hands and tried to keep her own hands from shaking. Outside, snow lay in a hard crust. The wind pushed against the log walls. The roof creaked once. Inside, the fire burned low, and a pot of water sat close to the coals with steam rising in a thin line. The child arrived in a sudden rush. The midwife lifted the newborn up and held it for a breath, checking the color of the skin, the shape of the mouth, the movement of fingers. The baby's chest rose, then fell, then rose again. A cry came out, sharp and wet. The mother made a short sound that was half laugh and half sob. The midwife cut the cord with a small knife, wiped the baby's face, and wrapped it in linen. She set the child on the mother's chest. The mother's hands closed around the bundle with clumsy urgency. The older sister stepped forward and pressed her palm to the baby's back through the cloth. She felt the small movement. She nodded once, hard, as if she had received an order. In the corner of the room, near the hearthstones, 3 women stood close together. None of the others had heard the door open. None of the others had seen footsteps in snow outside. They wore simple clothes, linen and wool, with their hair covered. One held a small bundle of flax. One held a wooden spindle. One held a knife with a narrow blade. The midwife glanced toward them for a moment and then looked back down at the mother and child, as if she had decided that looking longer would cause trouble. The 3 women came closer without hurry. They stood at the foot of the bench. The one with the flax pulled a few fibers loose and rolled them between her fingers. The one with the spindle twisted the flax and wound it, slow and tight. The one with the knife leaned in toward the child and lifted the edge of the linen wrap. She looked at the baby's face. Her eyes stayed calm. She touched the baby's forehead with the tip of her finger. The baby's cry softened into a small grunt. The mother watched the women with wide eyes. She did not speak. The 3 women spoke in low voices, too low for the older sister to catch the words. The midwife kept her head down and cleaned her hands in the bucket, as if her work required total attention. When the 3 women stepped back, the one with the spindle tucked it under her arm. The one with the knife wiped the blade on her sleeve. The one with the flax tied the last loose fibers into a small knot and placed it on the hearthstone. Then they turned and walked to the door. The latch lifted without a sound. Cold air entered in a quick gust. The dog growled once and stopped. The 3 women went out. The door shut. The latch fell into place. The midwife exhaled through her nose and reached for a cup of water. The mother shifted the baby higher on her chest and held the bundle close. The older sister stared at the hearthstone where the knot of flax sat. She did not touch it. She did not move. People spoke of Lima on nights like this. Some spoke of her as one woman. Some spoke of her as 3, and named them Lima, Karta, and Dekla in Latvian songs, or spoke of Lima together with other fate women in Lithuanian telling. People kept the details consistent in the way people keep details consistent when they need them to stay steady. The fate women arrived at birth. They looked at the child. They spoke. They left. The child grew into the words. That was the rule, and people followed rules they could not bend. A father might drink and boast and shout at his neighbors. He still kept his voice low when the midwife said Lama had come. A grandmother might slap a boy for stealing apples. She still set out a cup of beer and a slice of bread near the hearth after a birth. A mother might complain about the price of salt. She still hid the scissors and needles because she did not want sharp metal left out when fate women walked through her house. The hearth stayed central in every house because it fed the body and warmed the hands. A fire burned there every day of the year. In the morning, a woman stirred the coals with a stick and added dry wood. In the evening, she spread the embers out and covered them with ash so they would stay alive until dawn. She kept the fire from dying because relighting it took time and risk. Sparks jumped. Smoke filled the room. Children coughed. A careless hand got burned. A fire that stayed alive made life easier. People treated that fire like a member of the household. They fed it. They cleaned around it. They guarded it from water and from careless feet. In Lithuanian houses, people spoke of Gabija as the keeper of that fire. They described her as a woman the size of a child, with soot on her face and red cloth around her shoulders. Some said she appeared as a cat that slept near the heat. Some said she appeared as a small figure that sat by the coals and watched. In many houses, people spoke to her as if she stood close enough to hear. They said good evening when they banked the embers. They asked for protection when they heard wolves in the distance. They set a small piece of bread on the edge of the hearthstone. They poured a few drops of beer on the ash. They kept their movements careful, because a careless kick that scattered coals could start a house fire, and because they believed Gabija disliked disrespect. One winter evening, a girl carried a pot of stew from the fire to the table. She stepped too close and her skirt brushed the edge of a coal. The cloth caught and began to smoke. The girl yelped and slapped at it with her palm. The flame went out. A burnt spot remained, round and black. The girl's mother grabbed her wrist, checked the skin for burns, then pushed the girl toward the bench. The mother pulled the pot back to the hearth and set it down. She looked at the burnt spot on the skirt and then looked at the hearth. She took a pinch of flour and sprinkled it into the ash. She took a piece of bread and set it down with 2 fingers, gentle. She spoke Gabija's name once. Her voice stayed flat, as if she had rehearsed it. The girl watched her mother and kept her mouth shut. The stew cooled a little on the table. Nobody complained. Hunger always returned. A burned house did not return. The spirits of the house did not stop at the hearth. In some homes, a small creature lived in the corner behind the grain bin, where dust gathered. People called it by different names and described it in different shapes. Some said it looked like a thin man with a beard. Some said it looked like a bird with bright eyes that blinked too slowly. Some said it looked like a shadow that moved against the wall even when nobody walked past. This creature brought trouble when it felt ignored. It knocked over bowls. It made milk sour. It made a baby cry at night. It also brought luck when it felt fed. A woman left a spoonful of porridge in a small dish near the grain. She left it before bed. In the morning, the dish stood empty. The woman felt relief and did not speak of it outside the house. She still told her children to keep their hands off the dish. She still scolded them for laughing too loudly near the corner. Children laughed louder when told to keep quiet, and then they cried later when something pinched them in the dark. In Lithuanian stories, an Aitvaras visited certain houses. People described it as a creature that flew at night, sometimes as a fiery streak in the sky, sometimes as a bird with a long tail, sometimes as a snake that moved through the air. A man who wanted wealth fed it. He cooked pancakes and set them on a plate near the chimney. He placed a bowl of milk beside them. He shut the door and waited. On the next day, the man found a few coins under the bench, or found a sack of grain fuller than it had been the day before. He smiled and said little. He bought new boots. He bought a better knife. He bought more beer. His neighbors watched him with narrowed eyes and asked questions. He shrugged and said he had worked hard. Everyone in the village worked hard. The neighbors talked at the well. They talked near the sauna. They talked during funerals and weddings, because people talk at every event that keeps them together. The man kept feeding the Aitvaras because the coins kept coming. His wife frowned when she cooked extra pancakes in the middle of the week. She did it anyway. She placed the plate near the chimney with tight lips. One night she woke and heard a scratching sound near the roof. She sat up and saw a faint red glow in the corner near the stove. She held her breath. The scratching stopped. The glow faded. She lay back down and stared at the ceiling. In the morning, she found a dead mouse near the threshold, stiff and twisted. She swept it out with a broom and rubbed her hands hard on her apron as if that could remove the feeling from her skin. The man found a silver coin under the bench and grinned. He put it in his pocket and walked out whistling. His wife watched him go. She said nothing. She kept the children close that day. Fields carried their own spirits, and people met them during work that bent backs and blistered hands. In late summer, when grain stood tall and dry, men and women cut it with sickles and stacked it in sheaves. The air filled with chaff. Sweat ran down spines. Flies gathered on faces. Children ran between stacks until someone shouted at them. As the work went on, people watched for a sign called jumis in Lithuanian custom. It appeared as a double ear of grain growing from one stalk, or as two ears pressed close together. When someone found it, they stopped cutting for a moment and called others over. They held the stalk up and showed it. They spoke with pleased voices. They tied the stalk with a piece of red thread and set it aside. Sometimes they braided it into a wreath. Sometimes they placed it above the door. Sometimes they carried it to the barn and hid it among the stored grain. They believed it brought a fuller harvest, and they acted as if belief required a physical object. People often believe in what they can hold. A young man once found jumis near the edge of a rye field. He lifted the stalk and turned it in his fingers, checking the shape twice. He called his mother. She walked over with her sickle in one hand and a rag in the other. She wiped sweat from her face and leaned in. She nodded. Her eyes softened. She took the red thread from her pocket and tied the stalk. The young man grinned and looked around to see who had watched. A neighbor woman raised her eyebrows and smiled with a knowing expression. The young man's grin tightened. He liked luck. He also liked the idea that everyone saw he had found it. His mother tucked the tied stalk into her apron pocket and went back to cutting. Her hands moved fast again. The sun stayed hot. The work stayed heavy. The sign stayed small and real in her pocket, pressing against her hip as she moved. Forests held spirits that kept a wider distance from the hearth and the barn. People entered forests to cut wood, to hunt, to gather berries, to find mushrooms. They entered with knives, with baskets, with dogs, with caution. They knew how quickly a path could disappear among trees. They knew how quickly a person could circle back to the same stump again and again. They knew how easily a fog could hide a familiar clearing. They carried these facts in their legs and in their shoulders, and they turned them into stories about beings who lived among trunks and under roots. In Lithuanian telling, Lormias appeared near water and near forest edges. People described them as women with long hair and pale skin, sometimes with animal feet, sometimes with hands that looked normal, until a person stood close and saw the fingernails too long and too hard. Some said Lormias wore clean linen and carried combs. Some said they wore nothing and moved with their hair covering their bodies. Many stories placed them near a river where women washed clothes. A Lormi sat on a flat stone and beat linen with a wooden paddle. Her arms moved with steady rhythm. Water splashed. The linen slapped against stone. She did this work as if she lived inside it. A woman passing by saw the figure, froze, then stepped backward into the reeds. The woman held her basket tight against her stomach. She watched for a long moment, then turned and walked away without making a sound. When she reached the path, she ran. Lomias also appeared in barns and near cradles, and those stories carried a darker tone. A baby cried at night. A mother rose and walked to the cradle with tired eyes. She lifted the child and felt the body go limp in her arms, then go stiff again. The baby's face looked strange in the firelight. The mother's heart beat faster. She checked the child's mouth, the child's hands, the child's hair. She saw something that did not match her memory. She backed away from the cradle and reached for a rowan branch hung above the door. She held it in one hand and the baby in the other. She called out loud for her husband. The husband woke with a start and grabbed his knife. He came to the hearth in 2 steps. He looked at the baby and saw the same wrongness. He did not ask questions. He pulled the sauna door open and let cold air in. He set the baby down on the threshold for a breath, as stories instructed, because the sudden chill forced the hidden creature to react. The baby screamed. The scream sounded too harsh. The husband raised the rowan branch and struck the floor beside the baby once. The mother stood with her hands over her mouth. Then the baby's face shifted, and the husband's own child appeared again, red-faced and wailing, with spit on her chin and tears in her eyes. The husband lifted her up and pressed her against his chest. He rocked her until her cry softened. The mother sank onto a bench and began to shake. In the morning, the family hung more rowan above the door and placed iron near the cradle. They did it without discussion. They did it as a routine, the way people mend a roof after a storm. In Latvia, stories named Ragana as a witch who lived outside the village and knew herbs, milk, and sickness. Some tales made her an old woman with grey hair and a bent back. Some tales made her a younger woman with strong arms and a sharp mouth. People described her house in physical terms. It stood near a stand of alder trees. Smoke rose from its chimney. A fence leaned. A black cat moved along the fence rail with slow steps. A pile of bones sat near the back wall, from rabbits and chickens and fish. Ragana came to market sometimes with a basket of dried plants. She sold them with a flat voice. She watched buyers with steady eyes. A man bought a bundle and joked to hide his fear. Ragana did not laugh. She counted the coins, placed them in her pocket, and walked away. When a cow stopped giving milk, neighbors whispered Ragana's name. When a child developed a rash that spread fast, neighbors whispered Ragana's name. When butter failed to form in a churn, neighbors whispered Ragana's name. Some of these problems came from spoiled feed and dirty water and poor luck. People still wanted a person to blame. A named enemy made anger easier to carry. A named enemy also made a solution easier to imagine. A woman might carry a bowl of milk to the crossroads and pour it out. She might do it at dusk. She might look over her shoulder while she poured. She might hurry home and shut her door. The next day, if the cow gave milk again, she felt relief. She told nobody what she had done. She still slept better. Lema did not limit herself to birth. People said she attended weddings. A bride stood in a yard wearing a wreath of flowers and a wool skirt woven with bright stripes. Her hair lay braided down her back. Her hands trembled while she held a cup. The groom stood beside her with a belt tied tight around his waist. He looked toward the guests and tried to keep his expression steady. An older woman stepped forward and lifted the bride's chin, as if checking a horse. She nodded and spoke a blessing. In some houses, women left a small offering for Lema on a shelf, a piece of bread or a coin. They did it before the wedding procession left the house. They did it while guests talked and laughed outside, because the house held its own rules. Lema's presence meant the future would follow a shape. People wanted that shape to include healthy children and full barns. They acted accordingly. On midsummer night, people lit fires on hilltops. They carried torches from the hearth and placed them into piles of wood prepared earlier. Flames rose. Sparks flew upward and vanished. The smell of smoke covered the smell of grass. Young men jumped over the fire in quick leaps. Their boots landed hard on the far side. Young women followed, skirts lifted in their hands to keep cloth from catching. Some couples jumped together, hands clasped tight. They laughed when they landed. Older people watched and drank. Someone played a simple tune on a pipe. People sang. They kept singing even when their voices grew hoarse. In the dark beyond the firelight, the forest stood close. People believed beings moved there. They believed lawmies watched the celebration. They believed witches walked farther from the fire, counting the couples, choosing targets. People threw salt into the flames. They threw herbs. They tied wreaths and floated them on water to see where they drifted. They walked into the woods to search for a fern flower, a thing said to appear only on that night. They walked with a friend or a lover, because walking alone felt too risky. A boy walked into the woods on midsummer with a knife at his belt and a wreath on his head. He had drunk beer behind his father's back and felt bold. He pushed through ferns and brush and followed a deer path until the fire sounds faded behind him. He stopped when he realized he could not hear singing anymore. He listened. He heard frogs near a pond. He heard a bird call once. He heard his own breathing. He moved again and reached a small clearing with a flat stone beside a stream. A woman sat on the stone, combing her hair. Her hair hung long and wet, and the comb moved through it with slow strokes. She looked up and saw the boy. Her eyes stayed bright in the dim light. The boy stopped. His mouth opened, then closed. The woman set the comb down and stood. She took one step toward him. The boy backed away. His heel caught on a root, and he stumbled. The woman smiled with her lips only. She lifted her hand and beckoned once. The boy turned and ran. He tore through brush. Branches slapped his face. He kept running until he saw the fire again on the hill and heard singing. He ran into the circle of light with his chest heaving. His friends laughed and asked what he had seen. The boy shook his head and said he had tripped. He did not mention the woman by the stream. He did not walk alone in the woods at night again. These spirits filled daily life because daily life offered endless entry points. A child cried. A fire burned. A cow gave milk. A storm split a tree. A woman gave birth. A man got lost on a forest path. People built actions around these moments. They poured beer onto soil. They left bread near the hearth. They hung rowan above a door. They tied a double ear of grain with red thread. They spoke names in low voices. They did it with hands and objects, because hands and objects stayed available even when answers stayed out of reach. Waves struck the beach in steady sets, and foam slid back over pebbles and wet sand. A line of pines stood behind the dunes. Their trunks rose straight, and their needles held droplets from a recent squall. A fisherman named Castitis walked along the waterline with a net folded over his shoulder and a knife at his belt. His boots sank a little with each step. He watched the surface for fish movement near the shallows. He carried a small sack for his catch. The wind pushed salt spray into his face. He wiped it away with the back of his hand and kept going, because a man who feeds himself from the sea learns patience fast. He cast his net where the water turned darker, near a cluster of rocks. The net opened and fell, and its weights pulled it down. He waited, counting his breaths, then pulled the line in hand over hand. The net came up heavy. Silver bodies thrashed and flashed in the thin sunlight. He crouched and shook them into his sack, then reset the net. He worked through the afternoon. He did not sing. He did not pray out loud. He kept his eyes on the water and his hands busy. When the day began to dim, he turned back toward the dunes with a half-full sack and a tired back. He heard a sound from the water behind him. He turned. A shape moved just beyond the shallow break. It stood upright where the water should have reached a person's chest, and it moved with controlled steps as if the seabed formed a smooth floor. Castitis narrowed his eyes. The figure came closer, and he saw the outline of arms and the pale gleam of skin. The figure climbed onto a flat rock, water running from hair and clothing. The clothing looked like woven strands of seaweed and fine fabric, heavy with beads that caught the last light. The woman stood still and faced him. Her hair lay dark against her shoulders, and small pieces of green weed clung to it. Her eyes held steady on his face, as if she expected him to explain himself. Castitis stepped back once. His heel hit a pebble and rolled. He regained balance and tightened his grip on the sack. The woman lifted her hand. Her fingers were long and clean, nails short. She pointed toward the fish in the sack, then pointed toward the water. Castitis understood the gesture. He set the sack down and opened it. He lifted a fish out with both hands. Its body flexed and slapped his palm. He carried it to the water and threw it back. It hit the surface and vanished. He returned to the sack and took another, then another. He emptied the sack until only scales and water remained. The woman watched without moving. When he finished, she stepped off the rock and walked closer until the water reached her ankles. She stopped at the edge of the wet sand and looked at his face again, close enough for him to see a small scratch on her cheek, as if a shell had caught her skin. She spoke his name. Castitis froze because he had not said it. He asked her how she knew it. She spoke again and gave her own name, Duratia. The sound carried cleanly over the water. Castitis looked toward the dunes and back at her, as if he expected someone else to step out from behind a pine and laugh at him. Nobody appeared. Jurati took a step closer and held out her hand. Her palm faced up, empty. Castitis stared at her hand and then at her eyes. He placed his fingers in her palm. Her skin felt cool from the water. Her grip closed gently around his fingers, then tightened enough to make it clear she could pull him forward if she chose. She pulled him forward. Castitis stumbled once, then found footing. His boots filled with water. He tried to pull back and found her strength held him. He opened his mouth and made a short sound, Jurati did not respond with words. She kept walking. Water rose to his knees, then to his waist, then to his chest. He gasped when cold water hit his skin under his shirt. He tried to breathe steadily. Juratia moved without hesitation. Castitis kicked and swam when the ground dropped away. He kept his eyes open and saw green strands and floating debris. He saw fish flick past his face, his ears filled with water, and muted the surface sounds. Jurati's hand stayed locked around his wrist. She pulled him down and forward. The water changed. Light from above thinned. The pressure in his ears increased. Juratia kept moving. Castitis's lungs began to ache. He tried to twist free. Her fingers tightened and held him in place. Then the water around his face cleared, and he felt air against his mouth. He coughed and sucked in a breath. He opened his eyes and saw a space under the sea with no water between him and the air. He saw walls made of amber. They rose tall and smooth, with layers that caught light in honey colors. Inside the walls, small trapped bubbles and dark specks appeared like insects or seeds. The floor was sand packed hard. A corridor led deeper. The air smelled of salt and resin. Castitis stood bent forward, hands on knees, coughing. Jurati walked ahead as if this place belonged to her. She turned and watched him until his breathing steadied. Then she walked deeper into the amber halls. Castitis followed because he saw no other path. He stepped carefully. His boots left wet prints that slowly faded on the sand. Light came from above through the amber walls, filtered and warm in color, and the glow made his wet clothes shine. He reached out and touched the wall with his fingertips. The amber felt hard and smooth. He pressed harder. It did not move. He pulled his hand back. Jurati led him into a wider chamber. Amber columns held the ceiling. A pool of clear water sat in the center. Shells lay in piles near the walls. A table stood with carved legs, made of wood that looked dark from long soaking, and its surface held a bowl of berries. Castitis stared, because berries did not belong under the sea. Jurati picked one up and ate it, then held another toward him. Castitis hesitated, then took it and chewed. The berry tasted sharp and sweet. He swallowed and looked at her again. Jurati's face stayed calm. Her mouth moved in a small smile. She walked around the chamber and touched objects as if checking them. Castitis stood in the center and turned slowly, taking in the space and the amber walls and the strange air. Days passed in that amber place. Castitis slept on a bed of woven reeds and soft skins. He ate fish cooked over a small fire that burned in a stone bowl. He watched Jurati move through the halls and speak to servants who appeared and vanished through side passages. Those servants kept their eyes down. They carried baskets of shells and wet cloth. They poured water into the pool. They removed ash from the fire bowl. Castitis asked questions. Jurati answered some with short phrases and gestures. She showed him a window of amber that looked out into open water. He pressed his face to it and saw fish moving by, slow and steady. He saw a seal pass close and turn its head toward the amber wall as if it had seen its reflection. Castitis thought of his village. He thought of his mother and her hands smelling of smoke. He thought of his neighbors and the way they watched each other at the well. He thought of his boat pulled up on the sand. He told Jurati he needed to return. He pointed toward the surface. Jurati listened. She sat on a low bench with her hands in her lap. When he finished speaking, she stood and walked toward him. She placed her hands on his shoulders. She looked at his face for a long moment. Then she kissed him. Her lips felt cool, and the taste of salt stayed on them. Kęstutis closed his eyes because the kiss left no room for thinking. When she pulled back, she kept her hands on his shoulders. Her fingers pressed firmly through wet cloth. Kęstutis breathed in and out. He reached up and held her wrists. He did not pull her hands away. He kept them there because he wanted them there. That moment tied him to the amber halls more securely than any door or chain. News moved fast among gods. Pacunas heard of it. The thunder god watched from cloud cover and saw the sea surface during a calm day. He saw a fisherman's boat left unattended on the beach. He saw villagers pacing and pointing at the water. He heard their talk carried on wind. He did not need their talk to understand the problem. Jurate had taken a mortal into her home. She had kept him there. She had touched him. She had kissed him. Pacunas held rules like tools. He used them. He enforced them. He decided the sea needed a lesson that would reach shore and stay in memory. A storm formed by late afternoon. Clouds rolled in fast and lowered until they covered the sun. Wind pushed waves into taller sets, and the water began to hit the rocks with loud impacts. Fishermen on the shore pulled boats higher onto sand. Women gathered children and walked them back toward houses. Dogs barked and ran in tight circles. Trees bent. Rain fell in cold sheets. Lightning struck the sea in bright flashes that showed white foam on the wave crests. Thunder followed in repeated blows. People on shore crouched and kept their heads down, because a bolt that hits water close to shore can kill. Under the sea, the amber halls lit in sudden pulses from above. Kęstutis stood in the main chamber, with his hands on a table, bracing himself. He felt vibrations through the floor. He heard dull sounds, like heavy impacts against stone. Jurate entered the chamber at speed. Her hair hung loose. Water dripped from it. She grabbed Kęstutis's hand and pulled him toward the corridor. He stumbled and followed. The corridor shook. Small amber fragments loosened from a joint in the ceiling and fell, tinkling against the sand. Jurate looked up and tightened her grip. Kęstutis opened his mouth to speak, and another impact cut him off. The girls backed away until reeds blocked their legs. Egli stood alone on the bank with wet cloth at her feet and a snake on top. She felt the cold water drip down her arms. She felt her heart beating fast. She spoke again and tried to make the snake leave. The snake repeated the demand. Egli looked toward the path that led back to the village. She pictured her family waiting. She pictured returning without clothes and trying to explain. She pictured her father's face. She pictured the laughter that would follow her for years. She made a quick decision. She said yes. She said it to get her clothes back. She said it to end the moment. The snake slid off the pile and disappeared into the grass. Egli and the girls returned home. They told her family what happened. Her brothers laughed at first, then stopped when they saw Egli's face. Her mother crossed herself and spoke a prayer. Her father said the whole thing sounded like a childish story. He told Egli to forget it. Egli tried to forget it. She slept that night and woke in the morning and went about her chores. Near midday, a sound came from outside. People shouted. Animals bleated. Dogs barked and ran in frantic arcs. Egli stepped out and saw snakes moving across the yard. Dozens of them, sliding through grass and over the packed earth as if they had been sent with purpose. They moved toward the house door. They moved toward Egli. Her brothers grabbed sticks. They swung and struck at the snakes. The snakes kept coming. Her mother screamed. Her father yelled at the brothers to stop, then yelled again to keep striking, then yelled again because he did not know which action would work. The snakes filled the doorway. They coiled on the threshold. A larger snake appeared among them, head raised. It spoke in the same clear voice. It said it had come for its bride. It said its name, Gilvenus. Egli stood with her hands pressed against her skirt. Her face had gone pale. She walked forward. Her brothers grabbed her arms and tried to pull her back. Egli shook them off. She looked at the snake and spoke again, asking for time. Gilvenus agreed. He gave her a set of tasks. In some tellings, he demanded she bring 3 items, each difficult to obtain. Egli listened and nodded. She carried out the tasks with help from her family. They tried to trick the snake. They tried to replace her. They dressed a goat in bridal cloth. They sent a servant girl. They sent another. Each time, the snake rejected the substitute. It spoke the bride's name again and waited. Egli watched the attempts fail. She watched the snakes return each time, persistent, filling the yard again. She realized the demand would not fade. She stopped resisting. She prepared herself. She put on clean clothes. She braided her hair. She kissed her mother and father. She held her brother's hands and then let go. Gilvenus led her to the water. Snakes moved around her feet as they walked, and the ground seemed to shift with them. Egli stepped into the river. Cold water rose around her legs. She kept walking. Gilvenus moved ahead, and the snakes followed. The water deepened. Egli began to swim. Her hair loosened and floated around her head. She tasted river water and coughed. Then the water changed around her. She felt air against her face and found herself in a place beneath the water with space to breathe, much like Castitis had found under the sea, though this place held different textures. Stones formed the walls. Green weed hung in curtains. Shells lay scattered on the floor. Light filtered through water above and moved in shifting patterns on the stones. Gilvenus stood in front of her in the shape of a man. His hair hung wet. His skin shone with moisture. His eyes held a steady look that did not blink often. Egli stood dripping and hugged her arms around herself. Gilvenus spoke to her in a calm voice. He called her his wife. He led her to a chamber with a bed of soft reeds and a low table with food laid out. Egli ate because hunger arrived in her body even during fear. She chewed slowly and swallowed. She watched him across the table. He watched her back. Their marriage began in that place. It continued because days kept arriving. Egli bore children. She gave birth underwater with other women helping, women with wet hands and firm grips. The children grew and learned to walk on the stone floor. They learned to swim and to stand in air spaces underwater. They learned the rules of that household. They also learned their mother came from the surface, because Egli spoke of the village and the sun and the smell of smoke from a hearth. The children asked to see it. Egli held them close and remembered her mother's hands and the yard and the sound of her brothers laughing. She felt a pull toward the surface that did not fade. After years, she asked Gilvenus for permission to visit her family. He listened. He agreed. He gave her a phrase to use at the water's edge to summon him and the path back. He warned her to keep the phrase secret. He warned her to speak it only herself. Egli promised. She took her children and rose to the surface. She walked back into her village with wet skirts and a tired face. Her mother cried when she saw her. Her father stood with his mouth open and then stepped forward and held her shoulders. Her brothers stared at the children and then at Egli, trying to decide whether to smile or to shout. They did both. Egli stayed for a time. Her children ran in the yard. They touched chickens and laughed. They ate bread and drank milk. They slept on benches near the hearth. They asked questions about every object. They asked why smoke rose from the roof. They asked why people kept animals inside wooden walls. Egli watched them and felt relief and worry at once, because she had brought river children into a village that did not understand them. Her brothers watched too. They saw the children's strange ease around water. They saw the way the children stood still when they heard snakes moving in grass. They decided Gilvinus had taken too much from their family. They pressed Egli for the secret phrase. She refused. They asked again. She refused again. They waited until the children went out to play. They followed them and offered sweets and small gifts. They asked the phrase as if it were a game. The youngest child spoke first. Then another confirmed it. The phrase left their mouths and entered the brothers' ears. The brothers returned to the river without telling Egli. They stood on the bank and shouted the phrase. Gilvinus rose from the water. He appeared first as a snakehead breaking the surface, then as a man lifting up from the river with water running down his chest. He looked toward the shore and saw the brothers holding clubs and axes. He opened his mouth to speak. One brother swung an axe and struck him in the shoulder. Another struck him across the head. Gilvinus fell back into the water. Blood spread in the current. The brothers kept striking until he stopped moving. They dragged the body to the bank and left it there, water running from it onto the mud. They turned and walked away with tight faces and fast breathing. Egli sensed the change before anyone told her. She walked to the river with her children behind her. She saw the water running clear and then saw dark color near the bank. She stepped closer and saw the body. She covered her mouth with her hand. She knelt. Her fingers touched wet hair and cold skin. She looked up at her brothers. Their faces held hard expressions. They did not speak. Egli stood. Her children gathered around her legs. They looked at the body and began to cry. Egli's face stayed rigid. She reached down and held each child by the shoulder and turned them away from the river. She spoke to her children with a flat voice and told them to stand in a line. They stood. They shook. She looked at each one and spoke words that changed their bodies. She changed them into trees. One became an oak. One became an ash. One became a birch. One became a trembling aspen. Their human forms vanished. Trunks rose from the ground where they had stood. Branches spread. Leaves appeared. The transformation left no blood. It left wood and bark and roots pushing into soil. Egli stepped back and stared at the new trees. Her mouth tightened. Then she changed herself. In some tellings, she became a spruce or a fir. In others, she became a tree with drooping branches. Her human body vanished, and a trunk stood in her place. The village yard held new trees where a family had stood minutes before. People walked past those trees for years. They touched bark. They broke off small twigs. They pointed the children to them and told them to keep their voices low. They used the story to explain why certain trees shook in wind, because the aspen leaves flutter easily and make a constant sound. They used the story to warn against betrayal. They used the story to warn against bargains with creatures from water. They used the story to explain why grief sometimes stays longer than a lifetime. On the coast, people continued to pick up amber after storms, rubbing sand off with rough thumbs. Inland, people continued to hang rowan and iron near cradles, leaving small offerings by the hearth. Both kinds of stories stayed in circulation because the land provided proof in physical things. Amber sat in a palm. Trees stood in a yard. Lightning split a trunk. A river carried dark color when something bled. People remembered with their hands and eyes. Men on horseback rode into a village at the edge of a sacred grove. Their boots were muddy. Their cloaks held rainwater in dark patches. A wooden cross rose from the led rider's saddle, tied on with cord. Behind them walked men on foot, carrying axes and bundles of stakes. The villagers watched from doorways and from behind fences. Some held babies against their chests. Some held pitchforks with the tines resting on the ground. A dog barked and then stopped when one rider turned his head and stared at it. The riders halted near the largest oak. The oak stood in the center of a small clearing, trunk thick, bark cut with old offerings and old knife marks. A ring of stones sat at its base. Ash from past fires lay scattered among the stones. A man in a simple robe stepped forward from the riders. He held a book in one hand and a small vessel in the other. He spoke out loud. The words did not match the village language. People still understood the purpose. The man sprinkled water toward the oak and then raised the book again. Two men with axes walked to the trunk. They placed their hands on the bark for a moment, then stepped back and swung. The first blow cut into the wood and left a pale wound. Chips flew. The second blow landed lower. The third landed higher. The rhythm settled. Axe head striking, wood cracking, breath forced out. The oak did not fall quickly. It held. It swayed once when a gust of wind hit its crown. The men kept swinging. Villagers watched with tight faces. An old woman took a small piece of bread from her apron pocket and held it in her fist until it crushed. A boy stepped forward and then stopped when his mother caught his shoulder and pulled him back. When the oak fell, it landed with a heavy sound that shook the ground. Branches snapped. Leaves scattered. The men with stakes moved in and began driving them into the earth around the stump. They hammered fast. The man in the robe walked the circle and spoke again. A few villagers crossed themselves because they had seen others do it. Others kept their hands still at their sides. Nobody shouted. Nobody ran. Everyone watched. That night, a fire burned in a hearth in the same village. A woman banked the coals and covered them with ash. She placed a small crumb of bread near the hearthstone with 2 fingers. She did it with a quick motion and a glance toward the door. Her husband sat on a bench and sharpened a knife on a stone. The sound stayed steady. Their child slept on a pallet, thumb in mouth. Outside, the new stake stood around the stump like a fence around a grave. In the distance, thunder sounded once. A weak rumble. The couple paused. The husband set the knife down. The woman lifted her head. They listened. No second rumble came. The husband picked the knife up again and kept sharpening. The woman lay down beside the child and stared at the ceiling until sleep came.